How's it going, everyone? Good morning. Just gotta relax. Gonna be streaming for a while this morning. Don't forget to comment in the comment section below. Should I type out for everyone? Morning, everyone. There, how I can get rid of one of the viewers, and now it's me. I'm gone. Let's keep drinking some coffee. Fairly easy today. Well, fairly easy this morning. I would like to get done some uh, soldering, as in grab some SMDs off of uh so I don't know if I should make a video on it. It's just a CD drive, basically. That's all it is. I just tore it apart more or less because I wanted to get the cover in that, so that way I can make a cover and a slot for one of the projects I'm working on. It's just that way I don't have to make it. It's a perfect fit. So, but yeah, this would be fun to make a video on. You spin fast. This thing moves up and down. Or if I'll be able to control it. If I could just put in I don't know, just some wires to connect to a controller. See if I can be able to control it by manually. I should be able to. Like, there's a bunch of ribbon cables in that, so it gives me spots to solder to. You would just take out the ribbon cables if I wanted. Yeah, I want to take all the SMDs, MOSFETs, and control boards off of this DVD drive here. Just give you a pain. Come on. I don't know why it's not allowing me to pull this ribbon cable out. Should be right. For some reason, it's not allowing me to. Even pulling up the tension bracket, it's not allowing me to. What is going on? Might be a project for another day because that is just not coming off. I don't want to break the ribbon cable either. The other ribbon cable should be fairly easy. Yeah, no problem. They even have a thermal pad on it. Really small thermal pad, but there's a thermal pad. Very odd. It's right on the microcontrol board. Or is that the power board? That might be the power board. Oh, it's a power board. They got a thermal pad on it. It's kind of different. A hard drive. And the what's on it too for the what spins. This part right here. It's magnet. It's high-powered magnet, neodymium. So it's also a good thing to salvage off of it. You can salvage the motor too. It's a high-speed motor. There's two motors, so you also have the one back here. I don't know if that one will be any good though, that motor. Oh yeah, it's a decent one. Yeah, it's a decent motor. Maybe salvage that too. Pretty cool. Oh yeah. Right. Don't forget to comment in the comment section. I will read it. Just gonna drink coffee, chat. It's pretty early in the morning. I would talk about the timings, DDR5 timings that people post, but no one posted any timings on DDR5, so there's not much to talk about on that one there. Could talk about the next video that I'm working on. I'll work on a couple videos. One's about DDR5 Hynix M die by Corsair, the Corsair Dominator Titaniums, 24 gigabyte sticks, 48 gigabyte kit. Just want to make a video about basic timings that you can use for any motherboard, any CPU, more or less for like your 12th gen and up, or AMD. Not gonna make it like a strict, oh, you type in these numbers here and you're good to go. It doesn't work like that. Oh yeah. Could talk about the new CPU, the 285K that's coming out from Intel. Or the leak that's the 9800 3D or X3D is coming out. I've made a couple videos about those already, but live stream is live stream. I'm just going through some videos, see if I should remake a video. I was thinking about redoing the like 8 gigabyte versus 16 gigabyte, or 32 gigabyte DDR5 versus 48 gigabyte DDR5. Maybe redoing a does RAM speed matter? I did make a video. It's not that good though. Could make it a little more interesting. Maybe today I'll take apart my 3070 Ti. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe even the 2080 Super. Any questions, feel free to ask. Oh, so one of my community posts I put out, uh, it was pretty hard. Everyone wanted me to do the DDR5 48 gigabyte RAM kit, Hynix M die. Now we got someone wanting me to do the DDR3 16 gigabyte RAM kit C die. I have a few kits of RAM for DDR3, a few different chips from Nanya to Samsung, uh, Hynix. I think I have some Hynix chips too. And then another off-brand one that I don't think most people have heard of. I could go over, but the Samsung C die is it's not that great, but not terrible. And then somebody else wants me to do DDR3 4 gigabyte cheap RAM kit. And I said I don't know what die will be random kit I have. I guess I have a lot of RAM kits, so would I put my over there? So here's some here. So the DDR3 RAM kit, so I put up in the community post for stuff is like just random kits that I have. So it could be from ECC RAM, dual rank, dual sided. These are Nanya chips. Again, ECC RAM, 2 gigabyte kit instead of the 4. And these are a really weird name too. Oh no, just couldn't read it. Hynix. And so these are Hynix. The other one was Nanya. This is another Nanya, same one, ECC RAM from the other one. That's the Hynix chips. Then we got single-sided RAM stick that we could try out. 2 gigabyte. I'm not sure which ones these are. These are Samsungs. These are the 2 gigabyte Samsungs, which from what I've been reading on these ones here, for some reason, a lot of information is just telling me that there might be a Samsung B die, which is odd. Samsung B die on DDR3 is they did make Samsung B die for DDR3, but it's not that good. It's just not that good. Like my ECC RAM that I have, Samsung 4 gigabyte ECC RAM, which you would expect it not to be as good. It's a Samsung C die and it's better. I can't do DDR4. I don't have a DDR4 motherboard anymore or CPU. Single-sided, some SK Hynix. These are fairly decent chips. The 4 gigabytes SK Hynix DDR3, single-sided. Could try those out. I got a bunch more. I think these are DDR2s. Yeah, these are DDR2s that I have. I don't have DDR2 motherboard anymore. it fried. It fried with overclocking Pentium. It was an old motherboard though, so they didn't really have much chance. And some more Hynix. Should go check my other kits, see. So there's off brands. Off brands, SK Hynix. And someone, one of my subscribers, has some off brand ones too, which are Nanya with their DDR4. From what I've read too, their DDR4A die. Here it is. This is the weird RAM. It doesn't really give you any information on what it is. It just has a weird logo. Really weird logo. So that's odd. Yeah, we want to, I don't know, got some more people in the community asked me to do just random kits of DDR3. Just cheap kits. The Samsung C-Die, the ECC RAM that I have, they're not cheap kits. You can get the bare dies for like 20 bucks a stick, I think they are. They're not cheap. They're ECC Samsung C die. You can go on to Samsung's forum on their semiconductors page, and it'll be on there. The code is shoot. There it is. So the code is M391B5673EH1. Now, you will see some of these be posted as 2 GB. Those are the other Samsungs. Those are the Samsung 2 GB B die, I believe, from what I've been reading. Those are the Samsung B dies. They're not that good for overclocking. These Samsung C dies 4 GB are better. You can find these in 1333 megahertz speeds and 1600. I haven't been able to find them at a higher speed. These are just ECC RAM though, so. But you can overclock these to over 2200 mega transfers, no problem. On a Xeon motherboard, so like your X5650s, X5570s, your LGA 1156 or 1150. I think it's 1150, which is the your i7 4770Ks, and then you also got your i7 3770Ks, which is LGA 1151, I believe. That would also be good for overclocking the Samsung C die. It's kind of nice. Yeah, so now instead of a lot of people going on the DDR5 40 gigabyte, they want me to do the DDR3 16 gigabyte and the DDR3 4 gigabyte cheap kit. So we'll see. I'll probably make a video on it. On one of them at least. Yeah, plug in my phone. My phone's gonna die. I have to have my phone die. voilà. Ooh, voilà. I wonder how long I should make this stream for. It's just morning, so maybe I'll just stream till like 9 a.m. Maybe 10. We'll see. We'll see what things are, what people are saying. Ooh. Ah. A lot going on in the YouTube community right now. Let's see if we can find live. People that are live. Are you searching for live? There we go. See what we got going on. Got some Fortnite people. It's like they're trying to make a bunch of cartoons on YouTube. It's odd. What kind of coffee do you guys like? I usually like my Tim Hortons because I'm Canadian. Not much going on in the live. Just some weird, different kind of. I don't know. I guess it's kind of smart putting out a bunch of sleep type lives, I guess. Kind of odd. I don't know. It's not for me. Instant, yeah. What kind of instant though? I find even the Maxwell House instant's not half bad. Yeah, generic. Yeah, I find the any kind of instant's actually not too bad. The Nescafe, I think the Nescafe Gold it is. It's not cheap, of course. It's more of a pricier instant, but it's pretty good. Like good for instant. I do French press for coffee. I don't do like percolators or anything like that. I just do like a French press. You just throw some coffee in like a pot, and then just use like a metal mesh screen filter to filter it. Quick and easy. Yeah, same here. I don't wash my French press with soap. I only wash it with like hot water and like a rag. That way, like no soap residue gets in it. I don't want to taste any soap. Yeah, comes apart real nice. Clean everything. The mesh filter, and yeah, it's quite nice. It's a simple coffee maker, really. I drink a lot of coffee, as you can see. Big cup. Right now I'm just going around the live YouTube, see what's going on. It's mostly like sleep time stuff, like rain on a porch, black screen, box fan, low speed, like like uh relaxing music, stress relief music for sleep, 24/7 piano. It's just odd. Yep, yep, yeah. I know what you're talking about on that, man. It's just some manufacturers, the design of the pot when you pour, it's like you gotta pour super slow at the beginning and then like get gradually go to it, or it just goes everywhere. It's funny. I'm glad my French press doesn't do that. Pours real nice. Rain on porch, deep green noise. Like, uh, good morning, everyone. We're just drinking coffee, talking away. Basically. I guess I could lower the camera a little bit there. Lower the mic. There we go. How's that? Yeah, so I'm gonna be going over a bunch of PC stuff here. Bunch of RAM kits. Put out a community post, and some people want me to make some RAM kit guides for like Samsung C-Die and like the odd brands, the cheap brands of DDR3. So I'll be making a video on those. I own a lot of RAM kits for DDR3, ECC, non-ECC, Samsung C-Die, Samsung B-Die. The Samsung B-Die on DDR3 is not good though. It's overclockable. You can do a little bit with it, but it's not good. So I'll be going over a bunch of RAM kits. Your normal size DIMMs. I'll be going over a bunch of the smaller DIMMs. These are Kingstons. Uh, these are the ones with the weird brand. These aren't really overclockable that well. These are 4 GB dual ranks, so dual sided there. And then these are Elpida. I've never heard the brand before. You can overclock these a bit though, and they're not that expensive for a 16 GB kit. But they're the slim models for like low profile units. It's the only problem with these, they warm up pretty fast. Can't put a lot of voltage through them. Yeah, man, that's a lot of the issues with the older stuff too. It's deal hunting. A lot of people sell it. They sell it, but it's the price they're trying to get for it's like, man, that's how old? Like you probably overclocked it. Like it's probably been in like an old small system getting real hot. Wow. Like I'll give you like $20 for all of it. It's like, and they usually want like 100. Yep. The i7-3770K. That's what I use. Well, not what I use right now. I just built a quick recording dash streaming system so that way I can do some DDR5 overclocking. Yeah, they OC so well. My i7-3770K, I delidded it. I used my own thermal paste, which has like a diamond compound in it, and I lapped the IHS as well. 5.2 gigahertz I was able to get off it so far on water. Yep. And they're okay for overclocking on DDR3. I would like to get a i7 4770K or i7 4790K for the board over there, the Asus board, so that way I can overclock a bit better on the DDR3. I also have a lot of LGA 1366, so like your Xeon workstation type boards, also like your i7 900s. They're okay for overclocking DDR3, but the i7 4770K or i7 4790K, you can get more out of the RAM sticks. They do have a better controller for it. That's a good deal. Yeah, I was looking at some mini ITX too because I wanted to build a small system. I mean, like a really small system. Build it like a custom case for it, and completely water cool it as well. But I don't know. I want to go with like a newer 1700 LGA 1700, but we'll see. We'll see. Because the prices aren't bad for the mini ITX. At least the motherboards. I know the cases aren't cheap for some. But I got a lot of these old cases like Lenovo Dell cases that are in fairly good shape. I would like to like design like more or less small systems that are sleepers that are built into it. Completely water cool them too. Like the Fractal Node 101. Node 101. I'm not sure which one that one is. Oh, that's right. That's that little one. Fractal Node 202. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yep. That slim one that you can stand up. It has a base for it. Yes, I saw a video about this. That case. You said it gets dusty, eh? See, I don't see any kind of like filters. Is there a filter on the bottom? No? Well, yeah. Somewhat. Those filter designs, it's the filter design, like all the dust goes around the filter. Some gets trapped, but some goes inside. Odd. With the magnet filters, were the magnet filters better? I don't know. Depends on how much static pressure that you actually have in the case there. Hey, how's it going, man? Oh, thanks. Thank you. Yep, just morning coffee, talking, chatting away until I was thinking about like 9 a.m. Uh, Not sure what Eastern time, more or less. Yeah, so I'm not sure if I have the case right with me or did I move it? Oh. Canada. Uh, Eastern? Eastern time? Not sure. I'm not good with that kind of things. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning right now, so I was gonna stream for like maybe 7 more hours. I would like to get a bunch of hours in today for streaming. No, I don't know Linus. Not personally, at least. So this right here is it's a Think Center. So it's a Think Center M710E, and this I've made a couple videos about it. Holy moly! Yeah, this one's even neater. I made a custom DAS out of it that's powered by itself. And then you can connect it or unconnect it from your PC if you wanted, and it's all powered by itself. This holds 6 hard drives total. This is really heavy, by the way. This holds 6 hard drives. This whole tray, so all 6 hard drives will come out. I can take it out, just unscrew a couple screws, well, 4 screws. It has a fan too. Fans all. You can plug it into the PC as well. And then I could take this whole tray out and then take out each hard drive individually, or I could take out full, oops, sorry about that. I could take out full 3 hard drives on each side, all on shock mounts, and yeah. Oh, that's heavy. But I will be making this better. This is why I got into kind of like the smaller PC stuff, is just go to like scrap yards and that, like electronic scrap yards and that, and you can pick up these cheap PCs working or not working. This one was not working. The motherboard was destroyed. It's in the motherboard dash drawer of shame over there, which I use for all my SMDs and that. And then I would like to make this better though. As you can see, it all fits in a nice case. Doesn't look half bad. It has some scratches. But you can pick up these from like scrapyards, electronic scrapyards, real cheap. What kind of 4 TB? Because if they're Western Digital, you can do a mod on it. As in, you can take off one of the gold strips from the power, and that will make it so it will run again. It like forces it to run. And that's a lot of issues with the Western Digital. I can show that mod too. I do have a bunch of Western Digitals. They're just 500 gigs, but Western Digital has it so the voltages go weird, and then it will just stop working. This is storage. Yeah, this is a DAS. This is a DAS. It was a PC, so it was a Think Center M710E. Completely gutted it out, and then I made a tray that goes in it. Then I made another tray that will slide and press fits into it that hard drives are mounted to. And then there's a fan also into it. You can see the slot here. The slot here, I just changed out the a hard drive out of it, so I took it apart. But usually like the SATA connectors come through here, and I'm working on making dual end SATA connectors, so that way I can make like a plate here and have 6 SATA connectors that you can plug. So there'll be like the male end SATA connectors that I can plug a female end in, and then plug it into the PC, whatever PC I'm using at the time. So that way I have mass storage. I like to use DAS. I'm making a NAS video too. I have have another PC around here somewhere. So that was the DAS, so direct attached storage. And it's just a bunch of hard drives that you can attach to your PC, put over your stuff. This is another project that I've been working on. It's an old HP. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have seen this. Yeah, RAID. I use Unraid. I have paid Unraid. I have it on a flash drive. And I'm making a video on what kind of flash drives you should put it on and that. Just a cheap system that I gutted out a bunch of stuff so I can put in, I think it can fit 4 hard drives total in this. And has an i7 2600 in it, which plenty powerful enough. That's this is gonna be a RAID system that I'm gonna be showing how to make. And the other one was just a DAS, like a DAS. Yeah. So when I got this thing right here, like I can't believe it had an i7 2600. There, if you do not have the lid on this thing, well, I wasn't even showing. So if you don't have the lid on this thing, the air doesn't go over the fins very well. And this right here does need to be cooled too. The south bridge, I believe it is on that, because there is no north bridge, or is it? There is no north bridge and it's a south bridge. I'm pretty sure it's a north bridge though. But if there's no cover on this, this fan goes wild. It's like a 4,000 RPM fan. It's nasty fast. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be the RAID system. So this will be a RAID system. I'll put 4 hard drives into it and show how it will sort its own arrays in that for Unraid, and then I'll show how to set it up if you don't have the greatest internet, more or less, so that way when you're transferring the files from your PC over the internet to it, it's fast, because it will go on to, it splits the data up to 2 drives, and then it'll split that data up to a single drive later on, and it speeds up the performance quite a bit. Yeah, this will be the RAID system, the Unraid. Yeah, I have a home server. I just got it out of storage again. I made a video about it, I think it was a month ago. A lot of people liked it. The only thing is, it's when there's nothing in it, it weighs 80 pounds. That's why I usually don't get it out, because it weighs 80 pounds bare bone, and it's a dual CPU. Yes, I will be showing. We gotta show Gabby Goo, and Gabby Goo's not gonna like me. Don't get mad. You're fine. Alright, so I'm gonna put it up. Yeah, 3 old Dell cases end to end. That's big. That is a big one. I do have server cases in that too. Like, this is a 4U, so I could fit full-size GPUs in. Then I have a 3U that you can put small form factors in. I will be making videos about that too. These are great. So you can pick these up from miners now, like people that were mining back in the day. These cases were like $400-$500. You could pick them up for like 50-60 bucks now. And it comes with high-powered fans, like 6 of them. Okay. They do, yeah. Those fans, they're the 3400 RPM, but the profile. And I broke one of the fans and I took all the fan blades off of it. I'm working on a brushless motor system for something. We'll see what I'm gonna use it for. But they're fast. They're scary fast. Scary, scary. They are brushless motors too. Like each of those fans are like 20 bucks a piece. And yet they're selling these cases with like 6 fans for like 60 bucks now. It's awesome. So I'll turn the camera here in a second so you can see the dual server here. So this is my dual server. Let's see if I can show it. Yep. Go down. We're gonna see La Gabigoo. The kitty's behind it. She's sleeping and I just woke her up. But yeah, there it is. Yeah, I believe the one fan, well, I use potentiometers on them so that way I can control the fan speed. But yeah, they use up to 10-15 watts per fan. All right, yeah, so this is the HP ProLiant G6, ML G6. This is a dual Xeon server, so 1, 2. You have to run either ECC or non-ECC. You cannot switch it. And you have to have so many RAM sticks in it on certain different channels to make it work. Right now I just have 8 gigabytes, 4 gigabytes on each CPU. And right now that's in it is just some X5570s. So 4 core, 8 threads, 2.6 gigahertz I believe they go to. Nothing crazy, nothing crazy. I'm customizing the hard drive trays because they want like a 5.5-inch drive bay, so you have to have like uh, a 3.5 to a 5. Yeah, it's no fun. So I'm currently designing a new tray, and I'll take this whole tray system out of this and remake it. I gotta keep the bottom 2.5-inch because I want to be able to put SSDs all on the bottom. Kind of nice. But these are nice too. The only thing is I want to change these fans out. These fans are crazy loud, and when you start the system up, it takes 6.5 to 8 minutes to load. Yeah. Yeah, I've been working on a lot of things. Uh, this right here it has been fun to use. I would like to set this up maybe for an actual server later on. This has just been more tinkering around kind of thing. I did put the unraid on it just to test it out. It does work pretty good, but it doesn't stress the system out at all. It uses nothing. So yeah, I want to take out these fans, maybe put in some other fans, but I've been reading that you got to use certain kind of fans for it. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, redundant power supply. These are just like 600 watts, I think. Are they 600s? I don't know. These are 750 watts. So 750 watts. Not bad. Yeah, that's it for that's my actual home server that currently aren't not using but have used. Uh, this right here, the actual mounting bracket's broken, so I actually like melted it over so that way Pressure fits itself in on the one side and it works just fine. Temperatures are exact same. But I gotta set this down, set this monster back down. But yeah, it's more like the bigger kind of cases I have. I also have the um, Antec. It's an Antec P100 case. It's pretty crazy. It's the Antec P100 silent case. It's huge, absolutely massive. Yeah, it's really great future. Redundant power supply. So when one power supply fails, if it ever does fail, the other one just takes its place, and then you can literally just pull the other dead one out, replace it, and ta-da. If the other one fails, that one's good to go. It's nice. Yeah, I'll make a video about taking apart that whole HP ProLiant. There is a bit of steps to take it all apart. Um, the way that the power supply works, it has its own control board, so it's on the back side. They got queues and hard drives getting phased out. No, hard drives aren't getting phased out. Hard drives just keep getting better every day, to be honest. You can pick up now like 18 terabytes Samsung sells. I'm not sure if it's a good deal or not, because if it better be new, because it says new. You pick up like 18 terabytes for $200 now, I think, which is crazy. Yeah, hard drives are way better for especially doing like RAID systems and that. Yeah, you can use like SSDs and NVMe's, but read and writes destroy NVMe's, and then also smaller type files work better on hard drives. So if you do any kind of like RAID systems, how did a moth get in here? A moth just got in my room somehow. But yeah, if you like run any kind of RAID systems, then you know hard drives are better, especially if you're gonna be running like 48 drives or 50 drives. The more drives, the better. So more arrays, the better. Yeah, I can show about NVMe degradation too. It's not terrible. Like so Samsung, the Samsung 980s or the 980 Pros used to be the best ones. Now, no joke, the Sabrent, Sabrent Rocket, those like usually the 2 terabyte, 1 terabytes. Now they're better ones that they are selling too. Sabrent is now top. Like they make the best. They make it so they last longer apparently. They sell for a little bit cheaper now than 980 Pros and that, or 980s, and for the same amount of space. But apparently they're lasting longer than 980 Pros or 980s now. So that's cool. Yeah, so they did tests. Oh, wow, this has been going on for a long time for NVMe's. NVMe's 980 Pros, 980s were the best, like as in for reads and writes and longevity, like actual longevity, which is crazy for NVMe, right? But they did a lot of tests, and now Sabrent Rockets, or Sabrent, is now top. They make the best, and that's not me. I'm reading actual like manufacturers buying it for their like databases and that, because they will make NVMe databases or SSD databases just for that speed, not care about the reliability, because they'll have like a redundant system backing up if anything goes wrong with the main system, right? Oh, never power on for years? Yeah, if you never power it on, it's not like it's gonna degrade. The longevity is only if you read and write to it over and over past its life cycle. Hard drives are the same, but hard drives have a longer life capacity of runtime capacity. A lot of people think just sitting is gonna harm it. It's not. It's only the running. It's only the actual skipping back and forth will actually hinder its performance or any kind of like vibration. So that's why they'll make data centers on extreme vibration sensitive spaces, usually on like a suspended type floors and that. And that's why NVMe's and SSDs don't really have to worry about because they got the flash drive, right? It's all done on a chip. It's not done on an actual hardware spinning at 5,000, 7,000 RPM. That's why NVMe and SSD is good for certain applications, but actual mass storage and reliability hard drives are still better. And it's also for their small pages and small files type thing, because hard drives and large arrays are faster than NVMe's and SSDs in large or small arrays or small files, I should say. It's usually just the small files that get NVMe's and SSDs, and I can show tests on that too. I think it's shown some tests on it, but like for longevity for NVMe's or SSDs, it's more or less the heat and the actual read and write. So the read and writes to it on, so its actual storage capacity and how many times past its storage capacity. So if it's a 2 terabyte, how many times can it be erased and rewrote to? That's what really hurts the performance on NVMe's and SSDs. That's what will degrade its longevity, is because it's reading and writing stuff to the drive and then erasing it and then redoing it over and over. It's crazy. It's crazy. They don't use much power, but they get very hot because they're so fast. And from research that I've done and have seen, no, NVMe does not use more amps. I'm pretty sure hard drive uses around 10 watts. I'm not sure how many amps, like 0.2 probably. And NVMe's would be even less. But it's more or less because of the way the speeds are. It's just the speeds. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, NVMe has more than SSD. Yep. And that's just due to the chip sizes, like the actual, if you ever taken apart like an SSD, you'll notice that it's not a big package. It's just a small little, sorry about that. So it's just a small little die, more or less, with chips on it. NVMe, it could have chips on both sides, which will actually help too. Main thing though is hard drives are going to last longer. They're better for the small files. NVMe is better for your large files for like gaming and stuff like that. Especially with like Intel and their oh, what's it called? They have their special NVMe drives they have. No one bought. They have large cache, and the large cache helps a lot for games. Just load time too, like booting up Windows. I was gonna buy some just to test out. Intel NVMe, and there's certain kind of NVMe that they use. I think it's a 660p. Yeah. So it's the Intel 660p M.2 220 2280 2 terabyte, and it has a huge cache. and it's read and write span. So random read 8 gigabyte span up to 222 IOPS. Random writes same. That's good. The power, it's gonna be like nothing, 0.04 watts. That's crazy. Like no wattage at all. But I want to see the cache. I know that it has a huge cache. Might not even be there. 60p. So there it is. It's their Optane there. Intel Optane M10. You can find like the 16 gigabyte 32 or 1 terabytes. And it has like crazy amount of cache. Let's go. I want to read up on it. Yeah, see, right? I wonder if they would make something like that. Like making a big NVMe or SSD in a big form factor. Like they're changing the RAM sticks. Like they're changing the RAM sticks to CAM 2, which CAM came out as compression modules for laptop, which are RAM sticks. They're now on these compression modules. So maybe they might change the NVMe or SSD at some point. If you have hard drive, just going up to an SSD can be big for gaming and boot time. Again, for overall storage, hard drive is the way to go. So the Intel Optane M10s, they weren't fast. Like they're not crazy fast speeds. Yes, they're faster than SSD and hard drive. So your sequential reads are 900 megabytes a second, and your sequential writes are up to 150 megabytes a second, which is not good. Like it's not good. But the load up time on your PC was like maybe 30 seconds for like powering on your Windows ready to go versus like 980 Pro, which is almost a minute. And that's due to the large cache that's built in. Yeah, yeah. SSD is fast enough, man. You don't need to have an NVMe drive. The NVMe drive is nice for just the load up times, and if you're doing like what I'm kind of doing now, the streaming recording type thing, it does help too for like editing. So if you have a decent CPU with a good NVMe drive, you can go through and edit videos a lot faster. That's the only thing. For anybody that just has a normal computer and does like light gaming and that, SSD is all you need. For your mass storage, hard drive's the way to go. I'm talking mass storage, so like 16 terabytes and up. Always on setting. Um, for you mean just keeping it on, like you're the Windows? In my preference, just keeping your Windows on, making it so it doesn't turn off is actually the way to go. Especially if you can just let it go into like so your monitor turns off but your PC doesn't. Yeah, see if you're just an average user, just SSD is more than enough. You can be just fine on a hard drive too. I'll boot into Windows. Uh, yeah, I guess. So the going back to this heavy little thing, the DAS here, it's always on. So like I said, it's powered on. It powers the hard drives by itself. So I plug in to the back, and as soon as I plug it in, all the hard drives will turn on, whether the PC is on or not. The hard drives will be spinning. Doesn't mean like that's gonna harm them. It just means they're always gonna be on, which they should always be on if you're gonna be making like a DAS of some sort. Because you want to be able to just put some files to it and then not have to worry about it until that drive's full. Then when it's full, you can just take that drive out. That's why I like DASs. Yes, I want to read more about this Intel Optane. So I was reading about the Intel Optane 2 years ago, and they got rid of it, stopped manufacturing it, but it was really good for certain applications. And that's the thing. I think they should make the having more cache into like NVMe drives, SSDs, and hard drives. I'm not sure if you can implement it into the hard drives, but they should. They should. So that way you can have like mass storage and also a quick boot up time or a quick load time. Yeah, rip Optane. It was great. I mean, super, super smart idea. Keep all the built up cache for certain applications onto that section of the drive, and then as soon as you need it, it's instant. It's you want to load up Call of Duty Black Ops 24 that's 8,000 gigabytes, done. Versus like a 980 Pro, which is technically a faster drive, but since it doesn't have the cache, it still has to chop up the stuff and grab the information still. So it'll be slower. When the Optane already basically had everything on it, because it had such a big cache. They picked them up really cheap now too, apparently. They also got like the Optane, like the bigger form factor style, kind of like the Kioxias, and those are fast. Those are really fast too. I need to see more tests done on Kioxias, because it's more like a enterprise type drives, so people don't use them. Consumers don't use them really. I would like to see consumers having them. I don't know if people would spend the money on it though. I'm pretty sure like one drive can cost $3,000 or something like that. It's insane. Oh, what are they saying the best? Oh, they're saying, yeah, the Samsung SSDs are the best. Like for SSD, they're saying Samsung's the best right now for longevity and for performance. Hmm, that's cool. Yeah, man. Someone would. Yeah, it's a very niche market. Yeah, man. It's uh, what's his name? Level One Tech. Wendell does a lot of that. The highest clocks on the 1366 competition. You mean mine? Mine? I haven't fully gone through all of it yet, but I got the 5650 up to what 4.6 or 4.8 gigahertz. Pretty good. I needed to tune the RAM more. I will show. Give me 1 second and I'll go to it. Logging in. Or whoever entered, I'll show you. Yep, I'll show you in a sec. So I am going to shrink myself. I'm gonna shrink myself. I'm gonna shrink myself. Oh, okay, there. Or shrink myself. And Yeah, I got the fit. Yeah, a lot of people are like, wait, you got that up to that speed? Yeah, I got a X5650 up to 4.83 or 4.85 gigahertz. Crazy. On water. It's a pretty good chip. Let's go to the Intel. Actually, yeah, let's go to Intel. So we're here. I only put in one test so far, so I haven't put in any of my 1366. I'm waiting more or less to the end to post a bunch too, and I have to post some more scores. But for the overall winner so far is this the States, but it's these guys here. So they're using a Xeon W3680 for 5 minutes and 54 seconds at 6.121 gigahertz. They're using liquid nitrogen on it. On probably a single core, dual core. They probably took away cores. Let's see. Oh, clicked the wrong one. There we go. This should be on single core. Or even dual. Yeah, dual core. And then up to 6.121 gigahertz. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. 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 Xeon X5672 at 6.056 gigahertz. A Xeon W3690 at 6.50 gigahertz. And 6 minutes 11 seconds, 6 minutes 8 seconds. Crazy. This is for Team, by the way. Team hardware. I can't see the chat. Go away, Moth. I can't see the chat. Why can't I not see the chat? Odd. Yeah, depending on the RAM, let me know what RAM you are looking to overclock. I've done a lot of DDR3. DDR4, I am Samsung B-die usually only. I can give you timings for Samsung B-die. And DDR5, I do Micron and Hynix M-die more or less. But I know Hynix A-die timings as well. Samsung B-die on DDR5 is not good, and the timings suck, so I stay away from it. For the LGA, let's see what the top scores are for this. So these are like the i5 600s. I do have it, I just don't have a motherboard. 13 seconds, 750 milliseconds for an i5 650 at 6.597 gigahertz. Absolutely insane. 14 seconds, 580 milliseconds for Core i5 680. Number 3. What's number 3? Is it a certain one? Nah. At 6.176 gigahertz. Like that's mind-boggling for an i5 680. That's what, LGA 775? No, LGA 1156. Still absolutely insane. 14 seconds and 450 milliseconds is 6.48 gigahertz. Crazy, man. Oh, now everything's messed. There we go. Make sure I can read the chat still. Then we got Core i5 with DDR4. So there's a lot, like i5 Skylake, i5 Cabby, i5 Coffee Lake. I don't have. I do have Coffee. I used to have Coffee Lake, and I used to have the Skylake. But i7 Skylake, and I had i5 and i7 Coffee Lake, which is like your i5 8600K and your i7 8700K. I just don't have the motherboard right now, or CPU. And we got Core i5 11600K at 4.6 gigahertz. It's more or less for the RAM though, so Core i5 9600K 5.1 gigahertz. Core i5 11600KF at 5.4 gigahertz. That's crazy. Sim bench score of 5,067 on 11,600 KF. Wow. We'll go to the score I posted though. Should be a miscellaneous. Yeah. Which is 3D Mark 2001 SE, second edition. And it's a benchmark from 2002. Not 2001, but 2002. Best score is 266,749. That's on a 980 Ti. So if you don't have a Maxwell graphics card, you won't get good scores. Even with a 4090 Ti, you won't get good scores. 9080 Ti is where you get the best score. Due to it just has the actual architect in it. And here I am, Cold Canadians. So I'm right here, Cold Canadians in 15th right now. I only posted one score right now, and in 15th place, not bad. And I did a 12600K at 5.3 gigahertz and a 3070 Ti. So DRAM frequency was 7200, 36, 46, 46, 32, 78 at command rate T2. And my, like I said, the 12600K was at 5.3 gigahertz, just on 4 cores, just 4 performance cores, 4 threads. And the benchmark was the 3D Mark 2001 SE, 3070 Ti. I didn't get it, I didn't completely crank it, but I did put up the memory quite a bit, so that helped my performance. Again, only 153,335 points versus like a 980 Ti that got 200. R9 Fury. Yeah, there's a lot of... Yeah, so I'm going to be posting some more of the 3D Mark SE. I won't be probably doing any live streaming or making videos about it. I've already made one about it, and it was alright. Some people liked it. I don't think I could do any Prime 32. Can I? Yeah, I can do Prime 32. Use only DDR3 SD RAM. Yeah, so I could do DDR3 because I don't have any DDR4 motherboards right now. And DDR2, I only have 1 kit of RAM. I don't have anything to overclock it on. But we'll see what the best score is on that. Let's see what I have to go against. Ole. A minute and 44 seconds. What did he use? Rip Jazz. Yeah, an 11600K. That's why he did a really good score. Almost 6 gigahertz. Using phase change on it though, so that helps. Yeah, so I lost a first place, so someone beat one of my scores. What did they beat? Did they beat the processor? Or if someone beat my X5570 score. X5570. No, I still got first place for it. So they beat my 3070 Ti score. I should have. They beat my port score. No. They beat that before. Was it him? It was him. It was my GPUI 32B score he beat. No way. He did it on an i9 9900K at 5 gigahertz. DDR4 RAM was at CL16, 18, 18, 36 T2. That's nice. Oh my, Frag Hunter, why? Why, man? Why you do this to me? Why you do this? You take away one of my records. And that's a, like, look at that. A minute. He beat it by a minute. He beat it by a minute. And I beat Tractor on this one. Tractor's insane for his 3070 Ti's and 30 series. He beat it by a minute. He's an absolute maniac. See, I even did like better timings than him. CL 15, 15, 15, 28 on an i7 8700K at 5.1 gigahertz. Alright, take her easy there. Yeah, have yourself a good day. HBM upgrades. What's the best place to find overclocking info on i9-9900K? Overclock.net over on their forums. There's two guys that you'll just see it. It'll be like their main post, but it's two people have really good timings for the RAM for the i9-9900K and also for the core voltage and actual all core and also for like if you want to do like single core boosts, they also have it over at overclock.net. I haven't used the i9-9800K, just the i7 8700K and i5 8600K. Yeah, over there. So that guy beat my score and beat everybody else by over a minute. He just did it yesterday. And he took away my record. I will find you, Frag Hunter. And I will beat you. But how? 16, 18, 18, 36. I guess the RAM speed should have mattered. Guess not. Can you drop a link to your top? Yeah, sure, man. Just give me 1 sec. I'll redo this so that way I can make it look a little nicer. Ding, ding. Ding, ding. I'm gonna give you, like I said, the first one, and it will be more or less what you want to. It's guidelines for you. I'll just post that here for you, and I can post it down below. I think I should be able to. Or not. Right there though. So if you just go there and read their 5 gigahertz overclock, back when the i9-9900K came out, there was a lot of testing done for about 6 months, and they found the 5 gigahertz overclock on it was easily achievable for everybody, even if you didn't have the greatest cooling, because it was a pretty spicy chip. But yeah, just follow that. There's a couple of people in there that will, you just read it, literally just like almost word for word, just show. And they've tested on lots of boards. This was put out a while ago. Yeah, back in 2022. And they're just using on like a Z390F. Still not even like the best motherboard. Also, other motherboards, you could try like the load line calibrations too for different voltage settings. Just try to follow what they have. It's guidelines. The 11900K cries in 8 cores. Yeah, probably. I heard it was a monster of a CPU though. It was just, yeah, very spicy. Very spicy. I have, well, had the 12900K and 13900KF, and they were also spicy. Right now I'm using a 12600K, and it's great. The 12600K is really good for overclocking RAM. It cries. Yeah. And if you just go to there, overclock, I'm gonna go back to the competition here because this guy made me mad. He took away one of my records from my 3070 Ti. Now I only have 5. Oh, I'll have to reset it up. Boom, boom. Boop. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Now I got a little bobblehead me. Let's go. We can check out some of the NVIDIA GPUs that are going. So they got the GeForce 400, the 500s, GeForce 700s, and dual GPUs. No Titan cards are allowed. That's the best we got here. WAG, of course, WAG's up in the top. GTX 480, 1321 points. GTX 470, 1045, 460. That's not even good. Oh, it's only a 256-bit, that's why. Can you check out this part list I have and anything you would suggest? Yeah, of course. I don't mind checking out some lists. I also do RAM timing, so if anyone has RAM timings they would like to share, just post it up and I'll go over it. Let me know DDR3, what kind of kit you think it is. I'll let you know what kit it probably is though, what die it is. If it's Samsung C die, B die, Hynix M, A, like any kind of dies. I will let you know what it is just off of either the JDAC speeds or the voltages or certain timings that are in place. You can tell what you have. Yeah, that sucks. I took away one of my records. I got second. I don't know how I'm gonna beat that score. A minute. It's a minute down the drain. Alright, so I was gonna get an RX 580 just to test out for this one competition. It's pretty cheap. Oh, by the way, I do have the Discord open. I'm not sure if anyone got the invite link. I'll remake it. There we go. There's the Discord if anyone wants to join the Discord. Try to make it so everyone can participate. Oh, over here. And then, my X5650, we're gonna see what I got the max to. It's like 4.8 something gigahertz on, I think it was this test. Yeah, okay, so the test that I did, this is for SuperPi 32M Xeon X5650, and the speeds that I was on was the 6-core 12-thread CPU, old workstation CPU, 4.8622 gigahertz, so not bad. Almost 4.9 gigahertz. It's on water too. It was just on an AIO. Wasn't even on my custom water loop. Not bad. I got 42nd of how many people? Not even that many. 53. It's hidden in chat. Oh, the Discord. The Discord right there. If you just click on that Discord link that I put, you should be able to put it. Hello. That's me. Oh, wait. Oh, you're here. You're here too, eh? My phone. How's my phone dying? What's that, guys? There we go. No, phone, stop. I need it to charge, please. Just do as I say, not as I do. Not cool, man. Not cool. Alright, there. Yeah. Did you... my server limit. Oh, you're at your server limit, really? Wow. Pending. There we go. There, you can just send it there and all this. Big head me. It's a bubblehead. There we go. Bam, bam. What you got going on? Oh, is that the... One of these have potential issues or incompatibility. And what is that? Why do you have two different kits of RAM? They're the same kits, but you have two kits for some reason. Anything by a 4 by 16 gigabyte kit, you could probably save money. Oh, got it. Yeah, I gotta look at the cooler and see what it says. Is the cooler might not work for AM5. No, never mind, it does. It's fine for AM4, AM5, and LJ17. Okay. Oh, got it. Okay. The 360 is nicer to have, but 7800X3D is a good CPU. I mean, it's a X3D. Of course, it's a good CPU. It's a good AIO too. It performs like that deep cool there, and that deep cool for the price that it was at the time, like it's crazy how good it is. The NZXT motherboard, nice. The Corsair Vengeance, yeah, like I said, the two kits, you should have a one kit, not have two separate kits. It's just better for stability. But if you're not looking really to go above 6,000 CL30, then shouldn't be an issue because the price is kind of good. Gigabyte Gaming OC 4060 Ti, great. What are you doing with this anyways? Like, are you doing video editing? You need the encoder. Like if you're trying to do gaming, I would do 2x48 gigabyte sticks, 2x48, and try to find the 2x48 by 7200 or the 2x48 by 6800. Okay, yeah, then I would do the 2x48 gigabytes, 2x24, so 48 gigabyte kit. Still buy Corsair. And you can find Corsair Vengeance, so like they're still cheaper, but they'll be like a CL36 7200. 2x24, so 48 gigabyte kit. And you can find them for about $200 for the kit. As long as you're not going after like their platinum or their titaniums. The Fantex case is nice. Oh, it's two different. Oh, okay, as I say, the power supply looked like a case for a second. Fantex case, like it's nice. Be quiet, of course, it's nice. 1000-watt titanium. Can't get much better than titanium. So, Fantex fans are nice. Try to make sure. So yeah, see how they say the D30s, D30. You have to keep If you're using any kind of, so you have the Leon Lee streamers, the Leon Lee Streamer Plus. I don't know if you'll be able to use that like with software. So with the Fantex D30 fans and the Leon Lee streamers, you might have to have two different softwares for the RGB to work. That's the only thing, and it might not even work. So that's the only thing with RGB nowadays that I've found and read is if you go with like a Fantech D30, go with Fantech D30 all the way around. Do not switch brands. Do not switch any little thing on it. Because I have Corsairs, their special kind of RGB fans, but if you use their other kind of RGB fan, it will not work in their in their ICU. It's odd. Yeah, what's up, man? But yeah, no, it looks good, man. I like the good combo. The price isn't terrible, but you could save some money by not going with that much RAM. You don't really need 64 gigabytes, and having two different kits is not, it's not recommended. 4060 Ti is good to have because it has a good encoder. It has a 40 series encoder, which is better than the 30 series. So if you had a 3090 Ti and you had the encoding competition, the 4060 Ti with its encoder would beat it. That's just, it's just how it works. So that way is better. For gaming, it's still good. Like I said, it looks good. I like it. The Ryzen 7 7800X Arctic Liquid Freezer 3, NZXT N7, B650E ATX M5 motherboard. Your Corsair Vengeance, like I said, you could just go to a one kit. Make sure it's either a 24 gigabyte kit or a 64 if you want the 64. Make sure it's just a one kit though. The 4060 Ti, great. Looks like you already purchased the 4060 Ti, or someone did, because there's no price on it. The Fantex case is nice. Be Quiet Dark Pro titanium. Any titanium power supplies could be good. 1000 watts, plenty. And like I said, the Fantex, with the RGB, I'm not sure if the Fantex RGB is going to work with your Leon Lee. So it won't look the same, and you won't be able to put any kind of patterns throughout your PC if that's what you're looking for. Other than that, not bad. Sorry, I'm back to the chat. Sure, it's not on my phone. Just cutting the battery. Went on to remove ribbon cable and it arced. I think it went on high-speed charging rail. Whoops. It went into a high-speed charging rail. That wouldn't be good. It's not. Well, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, if I'm pretty sure they have fuses built into it. So if anything, it just fried a fuse. So if you know how to fix that, they're not terrible to do. Currently, I already have the GPU. Basically, would be getting everything else. Yep, I think the motherboard looks nice and complements the case. Yes, it does. I like the NZXT motherboards. They're good for overclocking. They're not, of course, the best, but the way they look and for the performance they give and the price. When they came out, they were really expensive, but down the line, they dropped the price, and that's where it should be. They are nice, though. I do have an NZX case right beside me. I built a new recording streaming PC, so that way I can record DDR5 timings. It only has a 1080 Ti in it, though, so it's not the greatest. I might put a 2080 Super in it. I found a program called Signal RGB that allows you to daisy chain your RGB across platforms. Yes, so even though it says that, it might not work. Yes, hopes. So did you read that it will, like, did you read anyone? Because what I've read on with the RGB is that switching, even with a different kind of fan, so even though you have the same brand, so like a Corsair fan or whatever, but you switch from like their XR to their XCR, what, I don't know, they have different kind of names for their fans and RGB. The RGB will not link up with the other fans, and it will not perform the same, and there's no way to control the RGB. That's what I've found and read. But I don't have that signal RGB you're talking about. I only have the command Pro or something like that, where you put all the RGB fan headers in and then all the fan headers. Oh, you can map it all. See, with the IC you can map it, so it's all like a hardware type thing, right? Or is it a program? Oh, I sent it. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, as long as you're not doing any like 8K editing, you don't need more than like 48 gigabytes of RAM. If you're doing 8K editing at 60 frames per second, yes, I would suggest more RAM the better. Lower speeds is better. But if you're gaming and doing what some people call now is light editing, 4K 60 frames, then 48 gigabytes of RAM is just fine. And you can overclock the RAM more, especially the 2x24 gigabytes. You can overclock them more. I didn't play. No? Yeah, no, it looks pretty good. It looks the way. It's pretty good. Yeah, it doesn't always play nice. Yeah, no, I haven't tried the like any kind of also like there are other brands that make these link ups, but this Corsair fan hub commander thing they call it, it sucks. It sucks. Like you would expect like you should be able to do RGB on all the fans, but you can't. If the fan's different than another fan, even though it's the same brand that probably uses the same LEDs, the same software, so but you can't even change it in the software, which is stupid. So stupid. Yeah, I'm still kind of sad that someone took my my one record. Now I have 5 records. That sucks. Well, I'll have to put out some more LGA 1366 so that way I can get up higher in the. It's just the team hardware bot right now, so it's just me and my own team. No one else is in my team right now, so I represent myself and Canada somewhat. Go back to the Discord. He just comes crashing in. That's awesome. Yeah. What did I need to go over? Not really anything this morning. I would like to get a few things done. Just not sure what I want to do today. I gotta work on that DDR5 Hynix video still. What's up, Yuri? I saw you. I saw you. Yeah, if anyone wants to join Yuri, he is in the voice chat. And Yuri, by the way, I found out more information about your RAM sticks. I did. Just more or less the timings that we should be using for it. We lowered the TRC 1 and 2 too much. We can only lower it to about 440, 460. It is an odd die though, Samsung A die. Yeah, I searched it up. I searched up the Goodman as well, which is the brand you said it was. And I searched up more or less the voltages you can run through them. They don't like voltage, so the max voltage you can run on it's like 1.4 volts, and it's happy with it. Anything more, and it doesn't like it. So like they're not the greatest, but you can overclock them a bit. Same thing with the primary timings. We can only do like 16, 17, 17, but I wouldn't even do that. I'd do 16, 18, 18, just to guarantee. Well, I'll get the LGA 1366 up and running. So that way I could start doing some of these DDR3 kits. Because I also have Nanya chips, which are on yours, and I can overclock the DDR3 close to what the DDR4 chips are. Because they use the same type of voltage, it says, and that I can tell you the timing if I can go through some things for you. But yeah, I also got these Elpidia. They're just a weird chip brand. They're not great. They're 4 gigabytes. Yeah, September. Oh, school tomorrow. I think my niece. Is it tomorrow? Oh, wow. School tomorrow. Yeah, I can't believe it. Wow. Hopefully, it's a good first day of school for everyone. Yeah, yeah. I already started for a week. It's weird. They started really early this year. Well, I guess not weird. It's just the way it works. But yeah, that's what I heard too. Some countries are like a week ahead. A week ahead. Yeah, same. I remember going to school usually on like the 4th or the 7th of September, not the 2nd or 3rd, or even before September. All right, give me one sec here. I'm still here. Just give me a second. Move some stuff because I'm gonna be pretty loud here. So just give me one sec. Alright. Hopefully you can't hear the fan. Hopefully. I don't want the fan to be too loud. It's getting warm. It's getting warm in my place. Good, good. It's not a small fan, so I just wanted to turn it on high and then turn it down to low, so that way guaranteed you can't hear it. There. Alright, so I kind of want to go over some more RAM timings for Hynix. Hynix. Everybody likes Hynix. Alright. Yeah. That's why Reddit sometimes isn't good to go off of timings. A lot of times I've been reading is they're saying the voltages are different than what they should be. And then they're giving you these crazy specs. It's like that doesn't work, buddy. And then like later on, if you keep reading down the forum, wasting your time, other people have already tried it and go like that doesn't even make sense. It's like yeah, I built that PC yesterday. I should set that up too. So that way I can just do the DDR5 live. Maybe that's what I'll do today. That way I can test it out, see if it's any good. It will take a while to set up. Because I have to set up the OBS and everything else for it. That's the only downfall. OBS does take quite a bit to set up. Oh yeah. Hi. You coming? No? Why not? The cat. What's this? It just falls over. Poor thing. Come on! I'll pick you up. Gabagoo. Hey, yo, hello, fur baby. Hello. What you doing? It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. She wants food. Hey, yo, hey, yo. Hello, hello. Oh, now I got cat hair going everywhere. Awesome. Yeah, 3 a.m. here. 3 a.m. Well, about 3:30. Figured I'd start doing a early live stream until maybe like 9. And I'll set up for either another stream with the other PC so that way I can show how to do some basic timings on DDR5. Either Micron, Hynix, don't matter. We'll see. 32 gigabyte or 48 gigabyte kit. I do not suggest buying any kind of Micron And micron, more or less, if you see uh, CL 4040, that's what you'll have. It'll be CL 40, and then next time it'll be 4040. Generally, that will be micron. That could be Samsung B-die, but Samsung B-dies kind of performs the exact same as or Micron for DDR5. So it's not suggested. That's why I suggest going after kits that say 36, 48, 48, 120, or 117. You're so happy. Holy moly, Heis. I don't want you licking me. You guys say hi again? Want to say hi again? Get you some treats? I'll be right back. All right, well, show how smart Gabagoo is. Sit. Thank you. Alright. So she's a really smart kitty. So, see here I have the treat. Have a paw? Paw? Yeah. Nugget. Can I have a paw? Yeah. Can I have the other paw? Yeah. Oh, yeah. She knows how to sit and shake both paws. Paw. Other paw. Other paw. Looks like she's not gentle, but she's very gentle taking the treat. The wonder tricks of Gabagoo. She likes them. No, she won't. She'll lift up the paw like an inch off the ground, but I won't. If you say give me the paw, she'll lift it up and put it in your hand too. If you don't tell her if you tell her to sit, she will sit. If you don't tell her to sit, she won't sit. Yeah, it's not bad. There's different settings I can put it to where it's fast, but it doesn't look good on stream. Then you can set it to like a fine mode. Looks better on stream. Yeah, sure. Good girl. Good girl. She's a polydactyl, so she has posable thumbs with extra claws. She's a bit of a hassle. Now she's all happy. Don't need that no more. Phone is not charging for some reason. Why? Please work. Oh, I need to go get another coffee. That's what I need. Coffee. I kind of do want to take apart. Maybe I'll get a soldering machine going here. So I do want to take apart the CD drive here. I already got some stuff taken off. I can't get this one ribbon cable. For some reason, even with the connector loose, it doesn't want to come out. Kind of odd. Just does not want to come out. So I do want to take off some of the SMDs on it. There is also a like a fuse. I'm gonna grab a fuse. The fuses are nice to grab off of these, and also the shunts. So this is just a 0 ohm shunt. Also nice to have, because then you can put that down. It's a nice big shunt to solder down, and you can solder on other shunts to it, or wires to it if you want to be able to control voltage or show the voltage. It's kind of nice. And then like the control board here. I don't really need the control board, but I'm gonna see what I can take off of this while still being able to get power through the board, because it is you can connect power to this. So I want to see if I can do anything with this, because there should be like a 3.3 rail, 3.3 volt rail going to this, or it even might be a 5-volt rail, which could be useful. And they also got the another control board for the motor function for the actual scanner. So we'll see if I can do anything with that. I don't know. Well, because it should be a nice smooth movement of the thing, so could make something out of it. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll get the soldering machine going now. Where did the board? Board. Need my clamps. Need my clamps. Anyway, I can set up the soldering station here. And just like that, we got a soldering station set up. Put that a little higher. All right. There we go. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. I gotta adjust the mic. soldering machine all set up. Fan going. So all I'll do with this is just set up high as I can go. So 480. 480, just let it go as high as it can go. Let everything warm up. Will take a minute to warm up. So we can get rid of some of these things. I'm just going to leave the board on it. I don't see a reason to actually take the board off. Yeah, I don't really see a reason to take it off. It'd be easy though. I was wondering why the ribbon cable wasn't coming off even with the disconnector disconnected. It was glued. So, pretty easy to get the control board off there. I can smell the soldering machine. We're getting somewhere. I'll just leave those. Don't need that. Oh, I didn't know I had that motor too. That motor connects to here. Maybe I'll take out the whole assembly. Nah, these wouldn't be brushless motors. They'd be just DC motors. So, not really needed. Alright, so we're gonna go over this. What if we can... Yeah, coffee and solder. Yeah, good old coffee and solder. I'm not sure if I want to... Now I'm having second thoughts about taking off the SMDs, because there's ribbon cables and that to this. Like, you can control it. I hook up just some wires to, if I find out on the control board what works with what and does what. Cause it's easy power to this board with just a SATA power. I'll just grab some screwdrivers. I'm gonna take this thing apart, see what I can actually do with it. So I might actually be able to make like a little... Oh, you can probably make like a little tiny CNC type thing out of it. Could even just make it so you can run, make some cool videos. Because it does have slider rails on it. It's kind of nice to have slider rails. And it feels smooth. With lots of motors. Right, so here we go. We got one of the motors. So this motor here has a neodymium magnet on it. This one. And that's for the actual like CD sit down. Yeah, there's a magnet in it. Pretty strong one too. So that's one with ribbon cable. Everything looks nice on it. I want to take out the whole thing. Oh, the spring. I want to take out the whole thing. How do you take out the whole thing easily? That's how. That's how. What a weird design. How am I supposed to get those screws if I can't see those screws? You get power button for it. Come on. Thank you. See how the screwdriver would help. I thought this would actually be easy to take apart. Looks easy. Oh, it is easy. Okay, just looks easy. Just looks easy. Why is it so difficult? It's just easy clips. There's nothing else holding it in. Even has flex and moves. Why is it so difficult? Nah. No sliding functionality? There's nothing holding it though. Or do you have to have that up so you can slide it? Nope. Oh, I don't know. It seriously is super simple. Easy clips, it's all clips. Except for a couple of screws I just had to take out. But this does not want to have a part. Would like to be able to use this. Wow. Am I missing something? It seriously doesn't look like I'm missing anything on it. I don't know what's going on. There's only one way. Does anybody know how to take these apart? Apparently I don't. Literally just shows on like the one side. It's all clips. Just clips. It looks like it should slide. The whole mechanism should slide, but it doesn't. I don't want to break it. Oh, seriously looks like it should slide. No other clips seen. Well, soldering iron's warm, so I'm gonna start taking some of these SMDs off then. I do believe I see some 4.7 ohm. 36C. I'm not sure what a 36C is. Another 4.7 ohm. So these are gotta be close to 5 volt. It's gotta be a 5 volt. Oh, 5 volts good for anything I need. We'll get rid of some of these things off with them. Tweezers. Tweezers. That's my crap. So that's just a little shunt. Wow, it's SMD. I'm gonna use it as a shunt probably. So shunt's just soldering on another SMD on top of another SMD to change it. Yeah, it's very small. It's kind of nice to, yeah, yeah. I made a lot of videos, especially modding the my GTX 1070, so it has no power limit. I dropped it a few times, and those are 2R2s, so 2R2, 2.2 ohm, and those I shunt modded onto it, so I had no power limit. That was actually a big SMD. I'm gonna show smaller ones, which is the 4.7 ohm that I'm gonna take off, and it's a very small SMD. Come on, just gotta get ready to some of the solder. Now we got it. So I more or less just went around and just cleaned up a bit of it. So like the solder, I mean, it's small, so it doesn't take much. Now I can use my tweezers and grab it, so that way I can lift the one side as I solder. This is a very small one, so they're not fun. And then I'm trying to work around the MOSFET that's on it. So I'm trying not to hit the top part of it. Go. It's where like one of those microscopes come in handy. More or less for showing on the stream. Come on, hold it. Hold it. Hold it. There we go. Now, if I had calipers, I could tell you like what kind of SMD it is, because SMD is just like the terminology of what component of it is for a PCB, more or less, and it's just a surface mount, so it gets surface mounted onto the board on it. So SMD just stands for surface mount. So anything that's surface mounted to the top of the board and doesn't go through it, like the capacitors here, capacitor goes through, and that's why it can connect more of the uh, other components that are through the board, through the other traces that are through the other layers of the board. So that's and then if I use the caliper, you can tell what kind of SMD it is, not just by the actual lettering and numbers that are on it, which can be very small sometimes to read. You can hook up a multimeter to read what it is, what it's going to be putting out. But you also have to use calipers to determine the size of the SMD, which will give you the overall what SMD you should be replacing it with. You can use bigger SMDs, but to make sure it's the pads line up on the board can be tricky to do. You can do it though. You can just make the pads on the board a little bit bigger with some more solder, and then just use a bigger SMD. As long as you're using the exact same ohm, everything's fine. And it has to be a plus or minus 5% too, so like you can't cheat on that. And then you got even smaller ones than that one, which I'm not going to be taking off today because I don't have any of my little doggy bags that I keep them in. I have to go grab some. Infrared? What's infrared say? Let's see what that. Oh, the OpenGL. CPU though, 1549 or 89. It's really hard to see on my screen. Very hard to see. I'm not sure if that says 1549 or 48 or 89 or 84. Looks like a good score. Is that after the overclock that you did on it? So I'll take off because I do want the so one thing I really want off of this board is the fuse, because fuses are nice to have. And more or less you just work your way wicking the solder. So on your soldering tip here, you just gotta have some solder, and as you put the heat to it and that, you can move it around so that way the solder from the board will stick to the tip. My soldering machine's not that great, so I do need to get a new one. There's one side. It was very easy. Main thing is taking your time too, because you're not destroying the pads that are on the board, because you can take off all of the components off of a board and sell the board itself too, if people want that. Or you can also use the board and put on your own voltages to the rails. that up a bit. There we go, though. We got it. We got it. So this is... Oh. So this is the... This is the, fuse. Now I'm going to say this would be a very small fuse, since this should just be up to a 5-volt going through it max. So it should be just like a 5.2 or like a 6-volt or how many amp fuse. I'm not sure how many amp it would be. It'd be very, very little. But that is the fuse for that. I'll have to test it out, see what it is exactly. Now we got fuse that we can use. We got the 3.7, or is this the 4 point? This is the 4.7 ohm SMD that we can use too. 4.7 SMD, ohm SMDs are good for shunt modding graphics cards, or a 3.3 or a 2.2 is just fine too. What else should I take off? I don't need any control board. A 36C, I'm not even sure what a 36C is. Okay. So it's a 23.2 kilo ohm at 1%. Okay. 36C is that? That seems kind of high. Although it is going into a control board for power, so it'll be fine. I do want there's a zero ohm capacitor or 0 ohm shunt that's on it, SMD, which is just 0. So before your generally after your fuse, you'll have a 0 ohm, so that way there's 0 resistance of whatever voltage is going through. And before that, you'll have or before or after, depends, you'll have the shunt, so that way if there's any over spikage, it'll hit the shunt before it does any damage to the board. Hopefully. Most times the shunts are overrated and it will wreck some things. But I do want this 0 ohm. Not an easy one to take off. Might need to go get some low melt. So the low melt that I grab is just from like old CPUs generally. Yeah, generally. And it's just a low melt, so it's like a silver solder. Sounds expensive, it's not. Yeah, I might need some low melt on this one. This one's not liking it. I don't want to keep putting heat to it. Main thing with any kind of components is not heating up the component, it's just trying to solder. Trying to attach the solder together. And the solder will go from 183 degrees Celsius up to like 300 depending on what you're using. But the low melt is like generally 183, 186, and it's melt. I got the one side, that's nice. Oh, I need to be able to grab it. Got it. No problem. You know. I can show the 0 ohm. So this is a 0 ohm. 0 ohm SMD. Focus. So that's just a 0 ohm. Again, good to have just for getting a strict current through. Especially going to like a capacitor or after capacitor. Just having extra components to equal out the resistance is nice. More or less capacitors do all that though. You want to add capacitors in. You can add in different kind of voltage layouts so that way it can... Nope. Solder 9 didn't like me there. It's not that old. I know it's broken, but not that old. Might grab... I definitely don't need that 23 kilo ohm one. It's an odd one. It's not really going to be needed for any kind of overclocking that I need. It's more or less the... Yeah, so it is 3.3 volts that are... This board is 3.3 volt, which you can change. If you take out the actual power, you can put in your own power through it, then put in your own, switch out the surface mount SMDs that are any 3.3 or close to 3.3. You'd have to take those out and be able to run different voltages through. I'd have to search up the voltage controller that's on this one here and see if it's actual good for up to certain voltage. Generally, they are not just strictly one voltage, and it's usually just the SMDs around that will change that. So, I think that's all I need for those. Well, I put it in. I don't have any of those doggy bags. Alright, Alright, so we're just do this. So I don't lose my little pieces. Definitely don't want to lose them. They may not look it either for how small they are, but they are worth something too. Value on their own. And I can actually probably do something with this. Wow, such a low resistance for the magnet. Magnet! Alright, we're done with the soldering machine. We don't need any more of those components. We just need those 3.3 volts and the 4.7. Wow, 4.7 ohm. And a 3.3 volts SMD. And also the zero ohm shunt, which is good to have too. Right. So I think I might go make myself a coffee. Bam. Bam. I'll be back in a minute. In a minute. I'm here. I'm just making a coffee. Coffee. Row. Also got some pizza. Also got some pizza. Mm-hmm. I am here. I am here. I swear. Nope. Got some comments. Alright, so a comment from my Intel failing CPUs video. Someone just commented about 30 minutes ago. I'll keep my 2014 5820K. Still runs everything max at 4.5 gigahertz. I believe it, man. I believe it. I do believe it. I need to get some of those 2011s, LGA 2011s. Test out some of those. I want to test out like the 83. No, 80. What K is it? 8500K? Weird number for Intel. One of the older platforms. Apparently, they're really nice to overclock, or fun to overclock, I should say. Any other comments? No, just PC games and hardware. Someone else that I follow and he follows me on YouTube here. He also commented on my Corsair Hynix overview. Just wondering about DDR5 Samsung B die, I believe he was talking about. Samsung B die for DDR5 isn't that good. But for like your workstations and that, Samsung makes some good ECC RAM, and they're coming out with like their new 12 nanometer process for their RAM. So, and they're saying up to 1 terabyte per DIMM, which is insane. Imagine having 1 terabyte of RAM per DIMM. There's no other leaks for any kind of like CPUs and that right now, except for the one video that I have out there. There's no updates on any other CPUs. Hmm. Yeah, if anyone's watching, I am watching the comments, so feel free to comment. Anything about PC overclocking or PC hardware is preferred, or workstations, anything that can be overclocked. And you can overclock workstations, just a little trickier. It is fairly early here, so not sure how many people are going to see this live. I will be streaming for a long time though, probably for another like 5 or 6 hours. We'll see. Just trying to get some food into me, more coffee. I don't see any other comments right now. I will check on the community post to see what people are saying on one of my community posts. Coffee. Yeah, so we're still at 60% onto the DDR5 48 gigabyte Hynix M die. So it's for like the guide that I'm gonna be coming out with. So I'm still sticking with that. But I do have some more people going on with the DDR3 16 gigabyte Samsung C die and DDR3 4 gigabyte cheap kit, which is also like Nanya chips, some other Samsung, really bad Samsung chips. uh, ECC RAM, non-ECC RAM, just a bunch of cheap memory chips, really, that we'll be going over probably after I do the Hynix M die. That's in the community forum, right? Well, community post that I put up. If anyone's watching, I do believe Yuri's still in the Discord. Yuri, I will go to the Discord after I'm done the stream, but I'm going to be streaming for a while. Trying to wake up more or less. Mm. Hey, PC Games and Hardware got a GTX 1080. Nice. Comes with the box too. That's nice. Looks mint condition. It's good to find the EVGA for the Win 3s with the packaging and it being in good condition. Just better. I know a lot of people don't like EVGA now because they don't have any warranty, but they're an older graphics card. There was no warranty, so to me it don't matter. Not sure why I can't open the post. It won't let me see the post. I can just see the picture. Let me know in the comment section below what graphics cards you guys are using right now. And what you prefer, what you want to have. Don't matter. Community. Oh, that's why it's just in his community. $1660 Super. Yeah, that's right. You have the 8 gigabyte 1660 Super. 1660 Super is pretty good. Especially if you want just like the encoder too, it is better than like a 1070 or 1080, I believe. NVIDIA Titan. Yeah. The new one, the 24 gigabyte. Cause I want the 6 gigabyte. I want the old one. I want a few of them. The old Maxwell's. I think they're in Maxwell. I need to get another 1080 Ti so that way I can do some SLI stuff. Maybe another 2080 Super. I mean, you can pick up the 2080 Super for the same price as the 1080 Ti. That's sad, eh? Yep. She just finished eating. She wouldn't stop bugging me, so I fed her. You all happy now? She looks happy. I don't want you up on me. I don't want a bunch of cat hair. You cute little shit. Hey, yo. Just gotta, you gotta fall asleep, yeah? You gotta fall asleep. She might fall asleep standing up. Alright. That feel good? No, I don't want you like it, man. Oh, I don't know. I do want to take apart my 2080 Super here too, maybe today. Guarantee I'm probably gonna take apart the 3070 Ti. That's gonna be a long video or stream. We'll see. It's copper modded, so I gotta take my time. What do you have right now? I have a lot of PC cases. I used to have more, but I threw a bunch out. Oh, me, myself, and oh, I guess I can do the Discord on my phone instead of having to do that. Yeah, no, yeah, I have a lot of PC cases. I think close to 30 of them. A lot of them are really small, like mini ITX or really small form factors. But then I got some like monster cases, like the Antec P100 that I have. Absolutely massive. I want to modify it too, though. So that way I can put my 360 custom water loop in it. Inside of it, it does have it so I can put the water loop on the outside. It has holes, but where is my Discord? I don't want to do that. You gotta declutter? Yeah, I gotta do that too. Is it like an office one? Yeah, man, I have like six office ones. I got a couple from like Tim Hortons, like PCs like for like cash registers and stuff, and they're like running their signs and stuff, they use PCs. Well, they also throw them out. Well, I got a bunch of them and use them. I don't mind that they're broken in that. I'll fix them up. Like the paint in that. Eventually, get like redo all the paint on some of them because they look good. All the feet are broken. Wait, is that your PC case, the one that you posted there? Hmm. The cats. The cats just came in. I was like, whoa. That's awesome. Okay. All feet broken. The door needs a push of 20 kilos to open the power supply. All the power supplies on top. It's one of those ones. So like you hit the top of your PC case and it can fall over. Yeah, I don't like those designs at all. I'm pretty sure I have one PC case like that. Oh yeah, I've seen that one. How long's the drool? Yeah. You know, it's an actual condition that some cats have is a weird drooling. My cat drools too. It's weird. It's not good though. Yeah. Depends on what you're looking for. If you don't really care about the actual look, Cooler Master, like a mesh style, but not. Uh, Cooler Master. I'll search it up and I'll put it in the Discord for you. But it's like $30 or $35. You can pick it up. Looks like it's about the same size as the one you have now. Technically, it does look a little better. Some people don't like the look of it though. The Cooler Master one. Yeah, I need a declutter to their heart. I have a lot of PC cases, a lot of GPUs, a lot of CPUs, a lot of coolers, like AIOs, air coolers. I have like 50 or 60 air coolers, like Intel stock ones, AMD stock ones, aftermarket ones for air coolers, bunch of AIOs for GPUs, for CPUs. I gotta clean up a bunch of tools too still. Like three fan oh, three fan GPU, so it has to fit a three fan GPU. 420 millimeter, I believe you need distance. Give me one sec. I'm pretty sure the one I'm talking about, the Cooler Master one, will fit that in it. Pretty sure it's like 420, 430 millimeters that you need to fit a full size three fan GPU. With like, say you have fans at the front too, like it will also fit the fans in the front. Um, Cooler Master. Which one? No, the price of the case actually went up a bit. It's like $70 now. It used to be a lot cheaper. Yeah, it's like $70 now. Well, don't take my word for PC cases anymore. Holy. It used to be like $35. Now it's like twice the price. But yeah, it is the right one. Yeah, 25 to 30, yeah. Be hard to find a case for that price now, I guess. That would fit a max size GPU like that, three fan. Yeah, all the ones that come, all the ones that I will post, like that Cooler Master, even though it's $70, it does come with fans, like all the fans that you need. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe how much that PC case went up. That's odd. That's odd. Yeah, like the best ones you're gonna have to go to is like for that price, be hard to do. The best of them scenes like $50 and it won't fit that size GPU. Oh, found one. $45 though. Comes with all the fans though. That's not bad. It's a DIY PC, DIY SO7 black steel. You'd have to get a smaller GPU to get a cheaper case. And or I would actually need the actual measurement of that GPU. You said yours is a 1660 Super, or you talk about getting a newer GPU that's a three fan. It's a three fan's like 370 millimeter lengthwise, which is they're pretty big, and then a up to like 400 and something millimeter. They're huge. Like my 3070 Ti is massive, bigger than the 1080 Ti. So the two fan would be smaller, which are like around the 210 millimeter range. But yeah, you'd have to get a smaller GPU to get a cheaper case. The cheaper cases are MATX cases as well, so or micro ATX case, right? So you'd also need to make sure you have a micro ATX motherboard. And the only ones you gotta find they're $30 though for the case. They don't look bad, but no, they don't. They won't fit a full size GPU, that's for sure. I use a EVGA DG7. I think it's DG7. It's an older PC case. Can't buy them anymore though. If you do try to buy them, they're like worth way too much. When the PC case was like $80 when it came out, now picking it up is like $600 or $700. Make it a two fan 4060. Yeah, a two fan would be easier to fit into a PC case, especially if you don't have like a big medium size case, so a medium tower, or a full size tower. Full size tower is just more or less guaranteed to fit a three fan. It's not a full guarantee though, because there are some massive cards. Like those 4090s now are huge. And you need a big PC case, a big full tower. And you might have to take away hard drive space and yeah. Yeah, so I have the GG7 series of EVG cases, and they're worth way too much now. Like you're talking minimum $300, and then $300 or 160 that equals to for shipping. So even people say it's nice, but it's not worth it. Then they got their like premium enthusiast lineup of PC cases, EVGA. They're really nice though. Really good for setting up for water cooling. Like I'm not even sure if a Corsair 4000D, like that's a big medium size PC case would fit a full size 4090. Pretty sure it wouldn't, but I'm not sure. I am not sure. Hmm. Got a picture of a PC. No, hey, that's an awesome dude. I love that setup. Is that an office PC with a graphics card? It looks like a either a 5700 XT or a RX 580. That's awesome though. Good setup. Good setup. Are you able to close the case? I don't think you can by the looks of it. Yep. Take your time on getting stuff. I mean, it took me years to get everything that I have. I mean, years to get everything that I have, and it's not even close to what I want still. Just massive collect. Oh, it's an R9 Fury Sapphire. Oh man, that's awesome. Don't ever sell that card. No, I didn't think you could. What's the CPU in that one? It looks like it's a pretty beefy cooler on that. It looks like a HP or a Dell system. Oh yeah, I'll have to get you the timings for your RAM sticks. The timings are odd for that RAM die. We got two of them. Nice. I'm guessing you got it for like a good deal. Oh, and a bunch of RX 480s. Nice. Oh, the you got two R9 Furies or two PC cases. I would like to run some RX 480s. I don't have any. I've only ran RX 580s, the 8 GB and the 4 GB. The 8 GB's fun. 4 GB, it's good for overclocking because it doesn't get as hot if you're doing air. So you can get a higher frequency of it. That's about it. Mm, nice. Yeah, don't ever sell them, then. Or if you do, don't sell them for a while. They could be worth quite a bit here. I'm gonna say about 5 or 6 years. If you've seen if you watch people that fix graphics cards, they've been fixing a lot of R9 Furies, and they're not able to actually fix them. So the value of them are gonna go up. Nice. SLI is dead, so there's no point of doing SLI. Not unless you're running on those games that are actually SLI compatible and whatnot. Yeah, the light's twinkling. It's the due to it running off of the worst GPU and being because it's air cooled. The top one's gonna get really crappy, and the RAM doesn't like the temperature. So in SLI, it just makes it even worse. They're still a great graphics card. Love them, love them. I love the old AMD stuff. AMD's newer stuff is just so, I think, too easy to overclock. As in, you don't. There's not much tweaking you have to do. You just slide the bar until it doesn't work. With NVIDIA, you can tweak a bunch of things and get more performance. Mm. I built the streaming PC. I'll start putting pictures on too of the builds that I'm doing, even though I'm doing the live streams and they're on videos too. I'll have to do that. Because they're just such a hot chip, man. If you didn't have like a custom water cooler on it, and you had like some sort of air cooler, the air cooler probably just couldn't keep up with the temperature, or the motherboard couldn't keep up, like the VRMs. So the voltage would spike weird. That's the problem with those Bulldozer FX series. I'm pretty sure they're an 8-core CPU. An 8-core back then too, which is pretty insane. Yeah, the 3770K is better. Especially for overclocking, you can overclock it to like 5 gigahertz on an air cooler. Or like at least 4.8 gigahertz on the air cooler. That gave you some good performance. The PC I just, the PC I just built yesterday because I want to do streaming on my DDR5 so that way I can show the DDR5. I built a streaming PC. It has the 1080 Ti in it, and it has an i7 3770K in it. That's why I like it. 4-core, 8-thread, it's good enough. It's only overclocked to like 4.3 gigahertz or something like that. Nothing crazy. I want to get a i7 4770K or an i7 4790K so I can do some more DDR3 overclocking, as that generation is the end of DDR3 life and is the best. Yeah, the 1080s are awesome. So I've also ran 1080, not just the 1080 Ti, and the 1080 is fun. I also have a 1070 that I shunt modded. Haven't ran 1060 yet though. Soon, hopefully. They're getting lower in price. I'll only pick them up when they hit like $50. They're still like selling for 100. Yeah, you're right. Nvidia's afraid to do that. Well, you know about like this Intel, right? Know all about this Intel with their degrading CPUs, right? Well, their new i9s, like their 1314's gen, more or less, they're new ones because they're the architect they put in it. Well, not architect, the microcode they put in it. So whenever your CPU went into like an all-core load, so it doesn't matter what happened. If it went into an all-core load, it would. So let's say with all core load, even though it's on an all core load, the CPU cores are only getting like 60 or 70% of usage, not 100% usage. The CPU will still getting and would be locked to 1.6 volts. So the CPU will be getting 1.6 volts at all times during a non-full load and be stuck that way. A lot of people with the Asus boards, and that would put advanced OC on, so like their special Asus has their own OC. It would make it even worse. Like it would be worse because it would take the full microcode, so what Intel specifications were on their max setting, so their 500 amp setting was that it would be stuck at 1.6 volts on a certain load, so an all core load. With Asus, it made it even worse. Like it took the microcode, and they used every little power that microcode says it could use. It used everything, and it used all the voltage it said it could use. But that's more or less the motherboard. A lot of people were blaming Intel for that. Other manufacturers didn't do that. Other manufacturers did not set it so that way it would always pull so much voltage. Asus did. And a lot of people are blaming the Intel on that. It's not. Intel put in a microcode and has always done this to make it so, well, not always, but they made it so certain chips can, you can put more amps through it, which means the motherboard manufacturers need to be able to handle that. Well, the Asus boards can, the VRMs are good, but they don't have enough controlling to put it into the board on a certain spot, because as soon as you start putting voltage into a CPU, all the voltage will go from one section of the board, which heats up, and it will just continuously heat up, especially at locked at 1.6 volts. Yeah, hot potato. Hot potatoes, it was insane, hot potato. And on the Zeus boards, it was like to the extreme, Like you couldn't contain it, or the motherboard couldn't contain it. And then the CPU and the motherboard, because the CPU is asking for so many voltages, and as the temperature is rising, it's losing its like its actual resistance. So the CPU is asking for more because it's losing it, and then it's putting more into it. But then that certain spot on the motherboard, due to the VRMs and everything talking to each other, all the voltage is just winding up and heating it up, and that will cause instability and all these extra problems on top of the actual microcode. Everything that I tested from my 12900K, and I know the 12900K wasn't really affected, but it was affected on some loads. Some loads would make it run more voltage than what it needed. It just wasn't to a 1.6 on a 60% load all core, which that's insane. 1.6 volts at 60% load on each core. Even though the CPUs technically wouldn't get hot because of the load, you're losing a lot of performance, and you're still having to deal with all of that, the voltage, which the motherboards like Asus bypassed a lot of things and said it would be fine. Gigabyte made it so the voltage would be distributed and taken away with its capacitors and other like limiters on the board to make it so it would not hit certain voltages. It would actually do its job. And a lot of people are blaming Intel on it. Intel is to blame. They did put the microcode out there. But for overclocking, wouldn't you want to have that extreme profile in there to where you can utilize the 500 amps that the CPU can technically handle, but not at that volts? Yeah, 1.6 volts. And it would be locked at that. This is on Asus boards. It'd be locked. 1.6 volts. Even after the test is done, even after you're done the all-core load, it has to be onto an all-core load. And it'd be locked at 1.6 volts. After the update, like the new microcode, it goes to like 1.54 or 1.545 volts now, which It's not as much. But still, in my opinion, if I'm a manufacturer and I'm selling these enthusiast grade, so the i9 13900K, KFs, KS, same with the i9 14900K, KF, and KS, wouldn't you want to have the extreme profile? So if you're overclocking for competitions and that, you're able to run the full specs of the CPU, the full voltages, the full amperage, the full everything. In my opinion, I would want it, but you need a motherboard that can handle it. So other tests that are done too is some motherboard manufacturers don't have the VRMs for it anyways. So like workstations and that, they would use the same like CPUs, but into like a super micro motherboard. The testings are some testings have been done. Are they true? I'm not sure. That there's no issues with the boards. Why is that? Because the board can only specify and talk to the CPU and tell the CPU its max is 200 amps. So if the boards that were doing it, so like your high-end boards, were going to the 500 amp that the microcode would allow you to, and was not able to handle it, you had issues, and this degradation would happen. But a lot of people are explaining to the people that it's only Intel's fault because of their microcode. No, it's not. It's the motherboard manufacturers as well, and the RAM manufacturers. They are not the only, Intel's not the only one to blame. They're putting out a microcode that allows you to do the extreme enthusiast grade stuff. And if you don't have the motherboard that can support it, or the motherboard doesn't have the parameters set in place to not go past the motherboard specs and to be able to talk to the CPU that it's going, you can only do this much on this, and you're going past it, you're going to have issues with voltages and amperage going to the CPU that it's not going to be able to deal with. And then you'll have these breaks in the microcode that would stick this 1.6 volts into the CPU at a not full load, but an all-core non-full load workload, which is no good. Like if you had that, let's say you did not turn off your PC at all in that, and it was stuck on this, and it was on this for like a week, there would be significant damage to your CPU because it's strictly handling this 1.6 volts, going to it at all times, doing nothing. Could be doing nothing, and it's stuck on an all-core, doing nothing at 1.6 volts. That was the issue. A lot of people are saying though, it's just Intel's fault. It's not. It's not. Sorry for that. I don't know, I sound like a big old Intel fanboy, but from the research that I've been looking at, and like research as in going into forums and just talking to people about certain things, or having my own, because I've dealt with the 12900Ks, the 12600s. There's no issues really with those. The 12900K a little bit, but 12600K, I have no issue. Even if I set the max parameter. Nope, still can't see it. So like even if I do set the max parameter on my 12600K, it's not, it's if I jump into like an all-core workload, it's not going to stick at the 1.6 volts. This generally only happens due to the i9s, just to their enthusiast grade CPUs, and that's what a lot of people don't realize. They're enthusiast, as in you need to know what you're doing. If you're gonna go off of this one person who's only had the CPU for 6 months and go off of everything he's doing to it, and you put it into yourself, and then you have issues down the line due to the manufacturers of the motherboards allowing the CPU and the to just to do whatever it wants, you're gonna have issues. If you're like me and will grab the CPU, and I don't care about no BIOS updates and that. But the BIOS update I'm on now is still the old one. I'm still on the old BIOS, and I will keep it because it's the best one for overclocking RAM. If you use like an XTU, when you load into Windows, you can set a profile so that way the CPU will only hit so much volts on each core. You can set the voltage on each core, and you can adjust a lot of like you can take away a lot of wattage, a lot of CPU wattage, and take down your temperature just by setting to where the core that's does not need the 1.2 or 1.3 volts to work. You can set it to 1.1 volts. And the one that needs that 1.2 or 1.21 volts, you can set it to the 1.21 volts. So every time you load onto Windows, it's set. Yes, it might go through the microcode in which it will give you the wrong voltage in the BIOS, but the only problem and the only manufacturers that I've seen, read, and I haven't tested because I don't have an Apex Encore, but I have seen and read a lot of is the Asus boards will be running at about 1.6 volts in the BIOS. Why? I don't know why they're allowing the microcode just to do that, but it's an Asus problem. A lot of problem too, again, is the advanced OC. And Asus. It's just Asus. The Gigabyte boards, depending on which one you buy, if you buy their premium lineups, the BIOS is going to be the same and the overall functionality is going to be the same. Catching up with the Wi-Fi. But the overall functionality of the Gigabyte boards are going to be the same through their lineup. So the premium lineups from their top tier Waterforce, Aorus Waterforce, I think it's called, even to the Z690 Aorus Master that I have, it's basically the same. And the BIOS is even the same. Depends on the board. Yeah. Some manufacturers with their cheaper boards. So, oh no, kitty, you okay? She got a hairball. Yeah. So cutting corners though. When DDR5 and like the 12th gen and this AM4 with their 5800s, I think it was. Yeah, Ryzen 7 5800, something like that. Yes, exactly. If the board was not designed to do what, especially when all this first came out, everything was bad, everything was wrong, and the manufacturers were saying these specs that you could not even achieve, not even get close to, and then down the line they were typing in. If you go back, like if you've taken pictures of like their websites and that, you'll see that they changed their website over time too. They'd be typing out afterwards, only works if you have this, and this, and you have to have this CPU, and it has to have this SP value, and this, and it will work. But you guaranteed us before when we spent the thousands of dollars on the motherboard that it will guarantee that we'll hit these speeds, but we can't even get close to it. Thank you for fucking us again. Same thing with like the CPUs. The SP value and all that really doesn't matter, by the way. It is motherboard variant for RAM overclocking. You basically need a Zeus Apex Encore or like a Tai Chi to achieve close to 8,000. You still can't get the 8,000, but you can if you overclock and tune it to looser timings. You won't be able to do the XMPs. Not stable, at least. Not an Intel. Not if you do AMD. AMD is so much nicer RAM overclock. But with the boards, what I'm saying too is like when they first came out, they were making all these boards, like the Asus Aorus Master. Like you could pick it up for I think it was $600 or $700, and it's still selling for about the same. It's like, and they're claiming all these speeds in that. My board's pretty good, like I said, and I have the 12600K. Just I can overclock really well on the RAM with it. The like the VRMs on this motherboard are overpowered too. Like I haven't seen any issues with that. But they did not add, in my opinion, enough like resistor capacitors, so that way there'll be less interruptions and less instability on the transfer in it. And I believe actually actually hardcore overclocking, I'm pretty sure you added some more Nichicon capacitors to it, and it did smooth it out a bit, and he was able to get a little bit of more overclock, but due to just the board design, wasn't that good. It's also the RAM sticks themselves. The RAM sticks aren't good for overclocking. That's why I can't wait for the Cam 2 to hit market, because I've gone through my RAM video. I go over how RAM signal and signal integrity works on the motherboards and all that, and how the traces, if you go follow the traces through each DIMM slot, you'll see that there's they'll make sure all the traces line up and are basically the exact same length. So even though one's closer to the CPU, it'll still be the same length of a run as the far back slot. So that way everything could be more even. And if you go to the Cam 2, everything's gonna be down on a flat surface, all onto a LGA, a land grid array, like CPUs, and it'll be a better stability. So you'll be able to get higher frequencies without having stability issues of your timings and that. It's just better. It'll just be better. So they are working on stuff, but the way they went about a few years ago when they came out with these 12th and 13th gens and the AM5s is they went too far and above what they think they needed to do. They did not need to pump out these CPUs that blew up motherboards, that blew up themselves. AMD is to blame too. They also had motherboards and CPUs blowing up right off the bat because of an issue with the motherboard and CPU manufacturer not communicating enough. So again, it's not just the CPU manufacturer, it's also motherboard. Then you got these now, well, it's not now. This has come out a long time ago, and a few of us have been doing tests on DDR5 RAM and motherboard stability on a lot of this stuff. It's been a headache for Intel. AMD, apparently, I don't have any of the AMD for DDR5, so I can't really say much. But what I've read is it's so good. Their Infinity Fabric is so good. And I believe them. From what I've seen, actual scene, verified scene, it's good. Intel, it's a headache. Like you change one voltage on it, everything goes down. You change one timing wrong, everything goes down. I don't know. It's odd. The chip shop? What do you mean? Like the actual overclocking the CPU? So I'm pretty sure only the FX series, their bulldozer, which was a absolute crapshoot, was the only ones that are able to overclock their CPUs on. Hair everywhere. All I know is the DDR5 overclocking on the AMD, more or less. The timings that are good, like the good RAM timings, as long as you're still following like the Hynix M die and A die. But for AMD, the timings and the voltages that you see as the best on the Hynix M die or A die for AMD, you can put that onto motherboard, any motherboard on AMD, and it'll work. Intel, you have to have this specific Apex motherboard, and you have to have a specific RAM kit with a specific CPU with a specific voltage that goes to specific timings that if you tweak a little bit is not going to work. That's the issue with Intel. AMD just, it worked. You could just put in the timings that are the best for that, and it just worked. Especially at the frequency too. Like Intel is really hard to get 8,000. I can run at 7,600, decent timings, but I can't run any hard benchmarks for memory because it's not stable. But I can do recording and editing and gaming on it, but I can't do anything too stressful. Yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah, put the RAM directly in. So kind of like what they did with like the AMD with their 3D cache, to put in that massive cache. Like why can't they do that with RAM? Right? Like why couldn't they just make their own type of RAM for either a CPU on that? Because then you can make that RAM work with like the iGPU better. Then you can make like a really small form factor PC or better handhelds. So even with handhelds, you still gotta solder on those like those RAMs chips or whatever those are. They're kind of like compression modules, but they're not. You gotta solder them on for those RAM ones. More or less for the handheld, like what was those called? Not the Steam Decks. Maybe they are the Steam Decks. I'm not sure if they. Yeah, maybe CPU compatibility. Like, yeah, for Intel at least, Intel needs to do something about the RAM and not make it so everything has to be specific. Because the price to be able to get the 8,000 mega transfers, and not even good timing, a year ago, the motherboard would cost you $1,000, the CPU would cost you $1,000, the cooling would cost you about $1,000, and the RAM would cost you about $400 to $500. Just so you can see the 8,000 mega transfers and have a decent CPU to play games. You know, we're not even talking about GPU yet. Or NVMe or anything. Like, we're just talking that. No way. That's stupid. That's weird. Like, what? I can throw, like, Intel, I can just throw anything in and it would take a second to train itself on certain things, but it would just load up. That's odd. Buy this and it will work. Although with Intel, so let's say you go from a 12th gen 12600K and you go to like a 13th gen 900K, you had to update the BIOS, but before you did that, you had to enable a parameter on Windows, so that way it would work. It was weird. If not, you would have to like restart it, take the CPU out, go back to the like 12600K or 12700K, and then put back in the 13900K after you set those parameters. That was the only way you were able to get it run properly. And now apparently AMD with their new 9950X, they're having issues somewhat similar to that. Like, What are these guys doing? Like, are they like playing tag on who can make the crappiest thing? Who can make the CPU blows up the most amount of money for consumer the fastest? Like, what are they doing? Guaranteed to get this, then fine print. Does not work unless you spend $12,000. Come on. I'm still here. I'm still here. Just getting some stuff ready. Yeah, I wonder if I should clean up this board. It is fairly clean, but before I put it in storage, this is the LJ1366 Intel DXSO. Their first version of their LGA1366 overclocking boards. Bad. Where did I put my brush? Oh no. Thought I had it. Apparently I don't have it. Where did I put my brush? I swear I was just using it yesterday. Didn't move anything too far. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. Spend more money easy. Yep, that's what they said. I see. I didn't spend any of that kind of money. For the system I have now, I got it very cheap compared to if you try to buy it new. I bought it as a CPU, motherboard, and CPU and motherboard monoblock. So it's a special monoblock that cools the motherboard and CPU all in one. I got it for a really good price 2 years ago. So I didn't spend nearly the amount of money. But the person wouldn't have been able to sell it because it doesn't come with any of the original heat sinks for the VRMs. You have to use a custom water cooled loop. So if you don't have a custom water cooled loop, you couldn't use it. So that's the reason why he was selling it cheap. It worked just fine. I've got a lot of use out of it. But yeah, everyone had to spend a lot of money to get what they thought they should be getting out of their CPU, more or less. And then they'll blame the CPU for not being able to do it. But it's the motherboard manufacturer saying it can run this, but it's not gonna run what it says because it can't. A 4-DIMM motherboard for DDR5 cannot run 8000 reliably. 2-DIMM motherboards can, but still not reliably without tuning. And I can probably do it with the 12600K if I wanted, or a cheaper CPU. You don't have to get an enthusiast grade CPU. I gotta take the fan off. I don't like these connectors at all on these. Push. Slide. Thank you. That's not too dirty. Oh, you can't even see. I'm terrible at this. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. No. There, have a seat. Boom. See. Yeah, so I'm just gonna take apart some of the stuff just to look at it. I'm pretty sure I can't take this off, to be honest. Just due to the fact it's like a glued down heat sink. And this is an all original board. The hunt continues. Pad. Towel. Yeah, I should actually set up for the competition because there's only 14 more days left in the competition for HardwareBot team submissions. So I would like to put some more scores out. I am 15th and 1. Overall, I'm not that high up. So I would like to post some more scores, which means I have to do a lot of PC building this week. And a lot of PC building. Overall, oh, okay. Overall, I'm not last, even though I only have the one submission. I'm 36th place right now. That's awesome. I'm not last. Yeah, I love finding. So I have multiple of these boards. Oh yeah, if you talk about the Z690, yeah, like I said, the motherboard at the time was selling for $600 or $700. Insane, like even used. The mono block, so the CPU and motherboard, the custom mono block for it was selling for around $400 or $500. The 12900K that it came with was selling for $700 or $800 at the time, and I picked it all up for less than $800. I since then broke the 12900K from delidding it and not using a proper mounting for it, so it just doesn't work anymore. It will post sometimes, but it just doesn't work anymore. It's my fault from using improper mounting. Delidding it did not kill it, but just the improper mounting for it. Same thing with my 12 or 13900KF that I had. That was bought new, and I broke that one too. Also, that's how I figured out I broke the 12900K from the mounting, because the mounting thought was had a max tolerance. No, it didn't have a max tolerance. If you did go too far, it would technically go too far. So I found that out with the 13900KF. Still got some good scores though before that happened. So this should be the X5570 there. And I might put in the X5667. Which one? Now I'm not sure if this is the package with it, or it's just my... Yep, this is it. The X5667. So, still the LGA 1366. This is a Xeon X5667 4-core 8-thread. And this one boosts up to 3.06 gigahertz, which is a lot more than like the X5570 here, which only goes to 2.9. With these bigger ones, it's good to like set it down and give it like a little spin around, because they do take a lot of tension to put on. And you want to make sure all the pins are hitting correctly. So make sure it's seated nice. This one's fun to overclock. This X5667 it's fun. I might take off the actual chipset cooler, so that way I can I mean, it has a fan on it. It doesn't technically get that hot, and this board I can only overclock so far on for the RAM, more or less. I don't know how far I've gotten with this CPU. I've gotten pretty good with this CPU before, I think. Pretty high. 4 point something gigahertz. X. And no, this one's not the 6-core X5667. This is the 4-core. Okay, so I don't have any actual marks in it. Okay, that's good. That's good. So that way, this way here. So not this competition with this CPU for the LGA. So I have to put in. So I already have one score put in. It's X5650, and it's for Super Pi. My score was 9 minutes and 6 seconds. I had to beat 10 minutes, 6 seconds, I believe, to get myself on the board. That's all I had to do. Now I have to put in another one, which is a X5667, and then the X5570 I still have to do too. So I have a bit of doing for the LGA. Then for the other part of the competition that I'm going to be doing, I forgot I'm marking already, is for 3D Mark 2001 SE, 2nd edition. And anyone can participate in that, any PC. So if you go on to hardwarebot.org and you just want to get your first score, maybe the confidential chips. I don't have any confidential chips, sadly. I don't think, oh, you can't, so for hardcore overclocking in that, you can't use confidential chips. Like, you have to use certified chips. not not any of those ES chips. I think they've done a couple of competitions just strictly ES chips, but most competitions will say no ES chips, which kind of sucks, because you can find them quite a bit cheaper. And you can still get some fairly decent performance. Not the full performance, but still close to what it can perform at. What RAM should I use in this one? Should I just use a cheap set of RAM and then just strictly go for core overclock? Because that's really what's going to help me on it. Probably should do that. I'm not sure what the ratio this will go to when I put it to 2 core. If it goes to a really high ratio, I should be able to get this up there, like way up there. Yeah, I would like to get some of those EVGA confidential motherboards and also their GPUs. I mean, I would love Kingpin Edition too, but I was looking at a Kingpin Edition Z590 a few years ago. I should have bought it too when it was selling for 300, I think, and now they sell for like 900. It's insane. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to find the brush. I had it yesterday, and I didn't put it far. I know I didn't put it far. Where I didn't put it far. Well, that sucks. I guess I'll drink some more coffee and think about where I put my brushes. I should probably check the Discord too. All right, I'm gonna be posting a picture of my system, the Z690, with that mono block I was talking about there. So the first one that I'm posting is the actual, like, what I'm streaming and record and edit usually on. That's a Z690 Ors Master. Right now the RAM that's in it is not using my normal RAM that's in it. Has the mono block, 12600K, 980 Pro for the for Windows and for editing. It's so much nicer for editing. 2 TB, and 3070 Ti. It's all on a custom water loop. And then this is I'm not sure if you saw this yesterday, but I made the other streaming PC, and that has the 1080 Ti, i7 3770K, and 16 gigabytes of Samsung CDI DDR3. I'm gonna be trying that out. It just has like a aftermarket cooler. My favorite is the Thermaltake Assassin. Oh, sorry, thermal right. So let's do this. Let's see. All right, so this is my like go-to because you can pick them up for about $30 or $35 on sale, $30, or they have coupons too. Most times to try to find a coupon, you can get them for like $25, $30. They're 120, like 120 mil fan, and it comes with 2 fans, and these will cool up to about 200 watts. So, I mean, for 25, $30, they're crazy good deal. I bought multiple of these. No, I'm not sponsored by them. I just really do prefer them. They are a little bit bigger of a cooler, but for I believe they're a 6 heat pipe design, they're awesome. They work so good. 200 watts is nothing to shy about. Setting up my CPU holder again. The X5570. I usually have the X5667 in, but since I'm going to be overclocking that, yeah, like I said, this board here is all original. Has the Intel cap that has this skull. It actually has the actual LED fan for it too. That's what I like about buying certain things, make sure it's all original. So it's all original board. I do have another one of these boards. Yeah, 4013, yep. Very good. I like it. I am an EVGA fan. A lot of people nowadays don't care for EVGA. I'll continue to buy EVGA graphics cards. Looking to be getting 980 Ti's, 980s, hopefully, eventually. Especially doing SLI. It's just I do collect them and I overclock them. So EVGA graphics cards are just one of the best. The newer graphics cards, Zotac makes some really nice cards. And since Kingpin Vince himself is going to PNY, I'm hoping PNY can make some really nice graphics cards. Yeah, I want to have this one ready, so it's all ready now for when I'm done with the actual. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it. I've had a couple of live streams, and did I do a live stream? Yeah, I did a couple of live streams on the uh, custom water cooled loop that I have that's on the LGA 1366 a Zeus P6 board for overclocking. It has the X5650 in it, and I'm going to be doing some more tests on that one because I also have to put more tests in for the miscellaneous part of the competition, which is just whatever CPU and GPU you have. You just switch up the combo. So like I can just put in different graphics cards on that CPU, put that in, switch that CPU, put all the different graphics cards on that until I don't have any kind of CPUs. So for this motherboard right now, I have, and right now we can only use Xeon, so like the X5570 or X5500 series, X5600 series, those ones. So I have X5667 to use, the X5650, which I've been using, and the X5570. So I have 3 CPUs to use for that. But then I got all the graphics cards to use. So like my 3070 Ti, 2080 Super, 1080 Ti. I've already done the 3070 Ti on the 12600K, but I can switch the 3070 Ti to that CPU and do that too. Then I can also do my i7 3770K with all the GPUs in that one too. I could do my i5 2400s, i5 2600. I'm not sure if I have a 2500. I might. But yeah, there's like the miscellaneous part of the competition. It's fun because you can just make whatever combos you want, run that test, put that mark in. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as you can put in marks, because you can put in as many benchmarks as you want, as long as they're different combos. That's what I like about miscellaneous part. And anyone can do it. So I mean, like, even if you don't do it, you can join this competition. Make sure you follow one of my guides for the hardware bot, and then you can make sure you have a perfect submission, so that way it doesn't get taken down. During one of the streams I did, one of the scores I did, accidentally covered one of the like barely covered it. It still showed everything, but you cannot cover any windows. So like your CPU Z, GPU Z, the score, the benchmark, and all that. You have to have taskbar open. You have to have the background set to what they want, which is the Hardware Bot 2024 Team Cup. And it has to be all set, and you cannot cover any windows, even a little bit. So one of my submissions got taken down, so I put up a submission that beat most people's scores. I was like, there you go. I have my best score for now then. I didn't want to use it, but I put my best score up. And I'm not going to be revisiting that score because it will take a long time to beat that score. I already know that. Right here in Canada, it's not that cold right now. And usually when I'm doing my like actual hardcore, actually like going into it, doing hardcore overclocking, I'll make sure I set my systems up, whatever I'm using, either outside where it's cold, either the full systems in that, so that way you can keep the ambient temperatures around the same temperature as what the machine's at, so that way you're not getting as much condensation. There's ways to go around getting too much ice and frost on things, as long as there's no moisture in the air or very little, which the colder the temperature, the less moisture. So that's what a lot of people don't realize. If you're like below 20 or 30 degrees Celsius outside, there's like no moisture in the air. You're seeing your breath because the moisture from your lungs, really. There's no moisture in the air. And that's great for overclocking. Not with like any kind of like plastics or anything. And you will have to use like an antifreeze of some sort. So I like to use like car radiator antifreeze. I don't like to use windshield washer fluid, which a lot of people like windshield washer fluid. windshield washer fluid will destroy your D5 pump, and it will destroy certain uh, like tubing, and it will destroy your gaskets. So like could be in your blocks or what's holding your lines together. It will affect that. So I don't use it. I only use like car radiator style antifreeze, and make sure I use it with distilled water. I find it's the best way, and you just mix it that way. So there's a ratio. Also with the car radiator antifreeze, it has like oils in it, so that way it has some sort of lubrication in your system, so there's no wearing. And your water cooling systems do wear, and wear your like your blocks. So like the micro finning in them, it will wear them. No good. No good if you wear it out, especially if you have accidentally mix your aluminum with the copper. As soon as you have wearing on your micro fins and the copper starts being exposed and you have an aluminum radiator, it'll completely gunk up your system, like mess it up. More or less the aluminum part, but it will mess up the copper too. And then you'll just get chunks. That's why I like the radiator antifreeze too, because it also has chemicals in it that help. Chemicals, they're not really the harshest chemicals. A lot of people think they would be, but they're not. It's more or less like chemically produced metal ions that will allow the, instead of oxidation going to copper or aluminum, it will go to that chemical more or less, and it's good. I know it's, some people don't like to use like toxic stuff, but if you're gonna just pour it into your system nicely with a funnel, and you know, do it proper, like with a squirt bottle too. You don't get it all over the place. And wear gloves if you want. Wear a mask. It's not bad, and it's in a custom water loop. So, and it's safer because you're not gonna have a cracked system. Nothing's gonna freeze up. I just really don't like windshield washer fluid because it will destroy custom water loops. And that's all I can really do right now. I would like to do some dry ice, but you got to have the system, well, not system, certain blocks for them, and they cost a lot. Then you also have to get the dry ice. Dry ice is cheap. You just need to get the storage to it. So like just certain kind of bag or container that can hold the temperature without breaking. Liquid nitrogen would be fun to do. I just can't do it. I can go down, so Canada here, like some years will go down here about minus 35 I can get to. So that's pretty good. But setting up for cold temperature does take a long time. But when you do it, you have to make sure you do it right, so that way you can sit down and do the benchmarks, so that way you don't have to go back to it and or have issues during the benchmarks that will slow you down. So you just want to sit there for, I don't know, sometimes like it feels like days sitting there trying to get some competition benchmarks done, because then you're just tweaking, and then you're going to be saving certain profiles to make sure that your best mark you're not going to put out right off. You're going to put your best marks at the end of the competition, so you're not showing everyone your hand. That's why a lot of like overclockers that are actually on YouTube, they won't tell you how they do it or show you how they do certain things. They will show you how to do things that they know for sure you can mess up, but things that'll take you a while to learn, so that way they don't get their scores beat. And there are certain ways to get better scores, like having a certain Windows 10 on any CPU, a certain Windows 10 with like a 20 series, 30 series, or 40 series card with a Windows 10. It has to be a certain one. You can get a third more performance in the tests with just having a certain Windows. And a lot of people will just say, nope, no, nope, yes. You can get so much more performance from one Windows 10. So I'll have right here. Yeah, an old Alienware rad. Is it copper or is it aluminum? I don't know if they were cheap back then or not. Cheap as in aluminum. Aluminum's still good for dissipating heat. It's just usually your blocks are always copper and then nickel plated. But yeah, my Windows 10 with a certain Windows 10 is always on here, and I have it set so it'll never update past this Windows. So if you use a certain Windows 10, if you're going to be doing overclocking on certain tests, you want a certain BIOS or certain Windows. It just makes the your CPU and your GPU just perform better. Yeah, the radiators that I got a 240 millimeter that I have on my one custom water loop that I have on the one system. It's a 240 millimeter, just a cheap. I think it's called an R Cooper, and you can find them on Amazon. R Cooper. Uh, they're great. Oh, I'm sorry. They're great. They're great copper radiators. I thought they wouldn't be that good for the price. Uh, I could compare them to like the best, basically. Like they're great. And then my other one's a 360 millimeter, but it's a Corsair. It just came with the Corsair water cooling kit. Um, it's a rad. It's 360 copper rad. It's nothing really to say. Yeah, yeah. For me, because I do a lot of like soldering that, I have ventilation, so I generally have full fresh air coming in at all times from the opposite end of the room, and it all goes out the window. Everything goes out the window. So my room generally stays a constant temperature. Oh, where's Dave? Yeah. So my room generally stays a constant temperature, which Davey here will tell me. Dave's just a moisture and temperature thermometer, basically. It tells you the temperature around the work surface, around where you're overclocking, and you're trying to make sure you're overclocking at low moisture and low temperature. So, and it's hard to get low moisture with low temperature if you're not going below zero. So it's one thing. But Dave always tells me my temperature, the fresh air at my room's generally about 22.5 to 24 degrees, and right now it's about 23 degrees in here. About 45 humidity, which isn't that good. So generally when I overclock, I try to be overclocking around 35 humidity, 30, 35. For like PC ventilation, I don't use it's aluminum. Yeah. That aluminum's better than copper for heat dissipation to the air. It is. Copper is just better in overall because generally your GPU blocks and your CPU blocks are copper. And then after, like, let's say the nickel plating gets worn off of the actual copper, it exposes the copper, and any aluminum gets to it, it will gunk up your system and things will just corrode, especially if you don't have any kind of anti-corrosion in it. Anti-corrosion will help slow down the process, but will not stop it. Win 6969. Is it a custom water loop or is it like an AIO type thing? Still looking for my brush too. I didn't put it far, but apparently I did. It's like one of my best Amazon purchases I got. It was used. A used Amazon purchase too. D5 pump reservoir combo is a thermal take. I'm using it right now. It's generally like close to $400 that if you bought it new, like the reservoir D5 pump combo. Just that is generally about 400. I got it for like $60. Nothing wrong with it. I took it all apart, checked it over after I bought it. Nothing wrong with it, just because it was used. Been using it for over a year now, I think. I think we just passed a year with it. Should make a PC in the Antec P100 case again. Such a big case. Any motherboard looks small in it. Gyre counter, yeah. There's just too many reds. Or that really slow ticking until it gets really nasty sounding. Tick, 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 tick. Should. Which one should I take a picture of? I should take a picture of the small case, or I mean, I can't really build anything really in it except for a cheap system. i5 2400 system in it. I don't really want to do that. I had a couple of medium-sized cases I could build into. Part of 2 GPUs and CPU? Really? Wow. The 512 megabyte in Crossfire, so it's gotta be ATI. ATI what, 4000 series? 512 megabyte. It wouldn't be any higher than that. Oh, you talk about like the ATI X1300 or ATI X1900. No, X1900 would be 512 megabyte. And you can go Crossfire with them. I mean, it's just 512 megabyte, but I mean, for the older cards, oh yeah. Right here. And I'm not sure how well in Crossfire they would work, to be honest. I know this is ATI. I'm not even sure if you can do Crossfire with this one. They would definitely have to be like an HD 4000 series. I'm not even sure if they made a 512. Did they make 512? Yeah, they made a 512. Going back to some things that haven't been over in a while. A long time. So we can say HD 45. No, I guess it wouldn't be the 4000. It could have been 2000. No, not much info on it. Wow. Not much info on them. That kind of sucks. I don't care about like the HD 4000 Intel. Hmm. Yeah, I want to just test out more or less like the 980 Ti's in SLI. 1080 Ti would be fun, but I heard the 980 Ti is just due to the power playing on them. It's just so good. He put a lot of power through them. That's why I would like to do 980 Ti's. I mean, I would like to get some new graphics card, but you can't do SLI, even though SLI is no good. Actually, I guess I should take that back. SLI is not bad for certain games that were incredibly well done and implemented with the SLI. So any game that was actually well developed into using SLI ran really well, and most games were not. They didn't put the money towards it. Sadly. Sadly. Yeah, same man. Same. The old graphics cards were, yeah, they have no performance compared to nowadays, but I mean, they were cool. They were fun to overclock, just nice to have. You didn't really, not a lot of people used them back in the old days, or they didn't really care for them or knew their actual use. I mean, a lot of people didn't. Again, I'm from like the country in that, so the PCs that I grew up with, I was never able to get like decent PCs. Of course, as I was in the country, and we were not exactly we didn't make a whole lot of money. My family didn't make a whole lot of money. Let's say that. Like, we hunted for our own food and most of the time. So yeah. So going and me just being me, I just switched over to doing PC stuff. Growing up, I was into like engineering type stuff, so I would always tear apart everything I got. Like seriously, everything that I got, I would tear apart and see if I can make better. So like remote controls, I would put its own lights on it, put it on its own like camera and stuff like that way back in the old day. I would put different motors and stuff. I would take apart my PC and see what things did. The older PCs were a lot more like they're the same as now, but they seem to like you could do more with them. Like the CPU, you can get like a CPU and you can overclock it quite a bit. And then after tearing apart PCs, that I would check to see about cooling them down and doing work on the coolers and that to make it just run cooler. Uh, Completely rip out the speaker because I did not want the speaker, that screaming pitching sound, because when my overclock didn't work at like midnight and waking up my parents. So yeah. But yeah, from going from that, yeah, going from that to this is a big change for me, I guess, but not a big change because I love tearing stuff apart and making it better. And PC stuff is fun. Electronics is fun. Uh, yeah, just take your time getting stuff too. It's been years and years of grabbing stuff when they're on a good price. That's why I have a lot of graphics cards, old, new, like this 9500 GS, this 8600 GS, this 8600 GTS, the X1900, an HD 54 or 50. An X1300 Pro, a GeForce 9600 GT. My GTX 1070 is over there, 2080 Super's in the box over there, 37 Ti's in the PC because it's good for encoding and all that, so I need that. 1080 Ti is in another PC. Do I have? Oh yeah, my EVGA GT240. Just time grabbing stuff. A lot of these are like finding them now, especially nowadays. Like these older stuff just get more expensive as the day goes on, as people throw more stuff and make more e-waste. You can find these at scrapyards, like electronic scrapyards. Pay nothing for them, like $5 maybe, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Try to get them fixed because something like this still sells for almost $200 still, if it's in good condition, right? And collectors love this. I love this stuff. Same thing with CPUs. Like I have hundreds, like no joke, hundreds of CPUs. And like PC cases, I had said about 30 of them. Hard drives, I wish I had more hard drives. I only have like 10, and it's not enough. Like, I need more bigger drives. Like some 18 terabyte drives would be nice to get. So that way I can make a nice, good actual RAID system. So that way you can have two main arrays that are the big drives. Have them set. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean for the Crossfire. Yeah, the Crossfire works good, especially with the like the RX 480s and the RX 580s. Actually, it's not half bad. But like for the older cards, I'm not sure how well they worked in Crossfire. Not sure how many games really implemented the Crossfire aspect into it, or even the SLI, because it's a lot of extra. It's a lot of extra. A wild VGA card. What's that? If anyone's new to the chat, talk away. Just say hi. Anything's good. How wild. How wild. It's like a wildcat VGA cat. I should probably show my. Oh, have you seen the 2080 Super? Cat hair. Cat hair stuck to my VGA card. And my EVG. So it's the 2080 Super for the Win 3. So they have different models of the 2080 Super Hydro Copper. And you can really tell from the shape of the block. The block will be different on the 2080 and the 2080 Extreme XC. It's their other top of the line EVGA model, but it's in the Hydro Copper block. And so that it'll say that it has the badge HC Hydro Copper, but you'll only know it's the 413 if it's in this style of a block. So there won't be any weird cutout. The other ones have like a weird cutout of the plexi. It's not the or plexi acrylic. It's not this full acrylic. There'll be a big cutout either bottom or the top. That's how you'll know it's just a 2080 or a 2080 Super, not for the Win 3. Because the 4 to Win 3 has this full block like this, and it has to have the badge. Also has to have this badge right here, the 2080 Super. That badge, it has to have that badge and not the silking. That's how you know it's the 4 to Win 3. And a lot of times people think it's the 4 to Win 3, but it's not the 4 to Win 3 due to the fact it has a weird cutout and it has the silk screening instead of an actual badge, which is a raised thick badge. Because you can find these hydrocoppers on eBay now. They've been on eBay, but the prices were weird for what they thought they had. And most times they don't have the outer sleeving. You just get the inside box, so it's just a black box. So you'll just get the black box, no sleeving. And that's more or less like the person not either trying to trick you, saying it's the 413, or they destroyed it, of course. I, of course, took my time over the pictures and checked out what it was. So I knew it was the 413 before I even bought it. Yeah, I gotta clean up some water that came out of it. Oop, sorry about that. I did want to take this apart, so maybe I'll find the Allen keys for it. Take it apart. Just give me 1 second. I'll move the camera so we can see. There we go. Hopefully not too much more water comes out. Oh, I got some thermal paste on it. Uh-huh. Trying to keep the protector on it, on the badge, the peely, to keep that on it. So I do want to take this apart. So I'm gonna take off the back plate because I do want to clean up the back of this. And do I have the screwdriver? I do. Yeah, it has one. It's like this one just keeps spinning for some reason. This one has the nuts on the back. Ooh. Oh, we got some images in the Discord. What are you guys saying? What are you saying? This one have the nut? Give me 1 sec, I'll grab my phone. Shoot, whatever. Phone. Oh no, I lost my phone. What? Did you guys see where I put my phone? Oh no. Found it. I found it. Oh. Dude, that's so cool. Yeah, 9600. Yeah. Or is that the 6800? That's a 6800. Man, that VGA card you have, that's awesome. So I do have some like VGA stuff, but I use it so yeah, don't hate me for this. So like I do have older hardware, but since I know for a fact that these I will never need, so this is just for like raid. It's a raid card. It's an old raid card for like servers. I know for a fact that I would never need it. I've been using it for parts, so I just been skipping parts off of it. It has a lot. I mean, so many varieties on this card that I just couldn't take. Like I just had to. I had to use it. So I just use this. This goes into the scrap bin, which is the scrap bin is just for all my spare parts that I use off of it. And I've used a lot of like 2.2 volt ohms, sorry, 2.2 ohms off of it, and I've used a couple of 6 ohms off of it, which is awesome. Yeah, man, that's awesome. Like that VGA card you got there is it's cool. Like it's when you start seeing like these older cards with their chips, like the way that they are, how big they are in that, and then look at all the like traces, and then you start looking into it. They're like done up the way that we have stuff now. It's just they didn't have the frequencies that we have, or they're actually using quartz crystal for, for their frequency, so they only had a max, which they had to run off like certain different kind of things to run off of it to make it work. That's awesome though. So did you do buy it? Like, do you collect or something, or you just you found it, or because that's like we're talking voodoo area, or even maybe before voodoo. So it'd be running basically like the old Doom. Like that's basically what you'd be doing is playing like that, or maybe some Age of Empire on it. Maybe Command and Conquer, the first Command and Conquer. Yeah, that's all. That's it. You wouldn't find like it running anything more. Or this might have came from. No, it's a rage. It's a rage card. It's got to be right around Voodoo area. That's awesome. Yeah, see, I buy stuff like that too, but for me, I would want to have the motherboard, CPU, RAM, and all that before I buy the GPU to go along with it, so that way I can try it out. And then I would actually have to make sure you can find the Windows operating system that would work on, or if not an Windows operating system, figure out a Linux system that would work on. But that 6800 GT is awesome too. And look at the fan. Look at the fan. The 6800 GT GS, I think it is there. I don't think it was a dual GPU. Oh wait, I got my phone. What am I doing? Let's see. No, yeah, it was just a single die, but it was a AG AGP card. But let's see that rage card, rage 2 card. GPU. Yeah, because it was a 3D graphics card, so yeah, it must have been a so for the one you have is a little bit bigger than the one that's on this. So it must have been a different variant. Came out in 1996, 500 nanometer process. That's pretty cool. The Rage graphics card. Yeah, man. So yeah, the Rage must have been right around the Voodoo versus Voodoo 2. Yeah, so it might have been around the Voodoo 2 area. I've heard of the Rage, but just like Voodoo, it didn't go anywhere. ATI Rage, ATI Rage. I've never. Oh well, I mean, when I was younger, I've destroyed them, but I never looked at them, like taking them apart. But I've never really looked at them. I think when I took it apart, like it messed up or something like that, something broke, and I didn't care. That's why I never looked at anything. I should take them apart. Yeah, the old stuff is so fun to take apart. Like everything looks really cool the way that the soldering's done on them. Like the soldering's pretty cool on them with the big components, small components, just the way everything's laid out. It's cool. I mean, sometimes the layout's really terrible, but it is what it is. We got a good phone. Thank you. Dave down, Dave down. Um, yeah, I'm looking at that Rage card that you have. I'm just searching up some of the specs. It's just the one that you have is a little. You run into them, keep them nice. Yeah, I'm looking at the specs of the one that you posted, but a lot of the cards that I'm seeing are like half the size, but the same card. The one you have is like the full size version. And yeah, like the games, like I said, it was playing. It was like those old games that Voodoo 2 was on. The old 3D games. I knew what I was talking about. But yeah, I played other games like Moto Madness and stuff like that. Unreal. But just like the Voodoo, it didn't really go anywhere. Except for Voodoo with a Rage was like ATI, so it turned into AMD. Yep. Yeah. If I ran into cards like that too, I would keep them. Have you ever tested it to see if it worked? So that's what I would like. I would make sure like the stuff that I have works. I do have a couple, well, one graphics card that I have to fix to get it working again. But even when I bought them, knowing that they might be broken, I still grabbed them. And the ones that were broken were fairly easy to fix. Just a couple of SMDs and then more or less cleaning the other ones up made them work. Could be. Get rid of that peely on this one. Make it a little easier. That's a tad bit easier. Come on. Come on. We need to get more people into the Discord. That way we can see more see stuff like that. I'll have to put more pictures up too. Again, I'm gonna be building a lot of systems here soon. So, oops, yeah, that one. I need the other screwdriver just to make sure it's best fit. Sure, if this might work. I'm taking apart the back plate of the 2080 Super so that way I can clean where I have not cleaned on this graphics card, and then I might actually take apart the block itself so that way I can take a look at it and show you some defects, well, of living in Canada and using cold to hot temperatures, because it's not in the greatest condition anymore. And not sure if you're on the Discord, or if you're on Discord, everyone's been posting graphics cards, PCs, their systems. So if you want to go onto the Discord. Yeah, I should have. I've gotten a ton of these kits, so not just like one kit. I have like probably like 6 different kits, and yeah, some of them are way better than others. Has anyone actually used those big tech users use them? That screwdriver kit that everyone uses. The fix it kit? iFixit? There it is, that the iFixit. Okay, and if you have Discord, I'm sure that link should work if you just click on that link there and it should put you to the Discord. General, you just put in all of your pictures of PCs and that, and then you can go to general chat and chat with people if you want. I'm currently not in it. I've been just going on my phone checking out all the pictures and that once in a while. I'm just trying to do some streaming here. Yeah, the iFixit. Has anyone actually used the iFixit kits? What did I do with that one size? Yeah. Guess I have to make do with this one. I just want to make sure I don't damage the screws in any way. I am sorry if you heard that. I'm trying to damage the screws in any way because everything's in good condition. So why isn't this one going? That's fine. Some of them feel really tight on this. Holy schmoly. Some of these are really tight. I move into the mic. To figure out what I did with this. I got a good. You got an iFixit kit? Yeah. And I haven't used an iFixit kit. I'm not sure if they're actually good or not. I got an actual screwdriver now, though. One that's actually for this. It looks like it's a big screwdriver, but it's not. Just got some good torque. We got some good grip. Oh yeah. Getting somewhere. Wonder how much thermal pads is on the back of this. Hopefully not a lot. Well, hopefully they stay together too. Now, is there a screw hidden here? I don't want to peel that, so I don't want to peel that. What if I should liquid metal this? Because I need to get the foam too for it. Or some tape. Yeah. Oh, I fix it. I don't have an I fix it, but guess what? I still fix it. I fix it. Yeah. Oh. Magnet's not really good on this screwdriver. I better remagnetize it. I think this is the last screw. Oh, we have one more. So that just spins. Is there another nut? Oh no, it's because it's actually lifted up. Oh, okay. What? What? Oh. Oh, these screws hold more than just the back plate on. I did not know that. Oh shit. All right. We are learning something new every day. I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot of thermal pads. Because that's a pain in the ass. Oh shit. We got we got the whole thing. That's not what I want. That's really not what I wanted. Oh, oh, that's there we go. I did not think it the whole thing came off like that. Okay, so the screws that you think hold the GPU to the block, like every other GPU, it doesn't. It holds a retentioning bracket. Man, did that ever trip me? I got the moth back. I thought I got rid of it. Go back out the window. Holy smoly, though. That tripped me out. Because I didn't take out the screws. The screws from. I don't know if we can see. Can you see the screws that they're still in there? That you think would hold the GPU to the block. See how they're still there? No, it holds the retentioning bracket. When I say that's a lot of thermal paste, holy moly. They caked it. They frosted that cake. Holy moly. Oh, yeah, that's still. That's reusable. I guess, yeah, since the GPU only hit like a maximum of like 53 or 57. Yeah, it's the EVGA 2080 Super Hydro Copper for the Win 3. They're kind of a rare card. Oh man, since have this apart now, I should record while streaming. Because I want a shunt mod. Maybe this card, like I did with the 1070, so I can go over and show people right now the. Well, actually, I can show everyone that's here. The power limiter and all that, like the voltage controller and all that, and what you got to do to shunt mod them. So I'm going to start recording as well. Okay. What I'm going to do is move this into a nice safe location. Now, sorry, I can't see the chat right now, guys, because I'm currently recording while streaming. So I'm just going to try to make a little show over video quickly and show you live, like the voltage controller, roughly, like what you got a shunt mod on it. So that way it will have no power limit. I'll sit here for a second till I locate the things I need to locate. Now, it's a little different. EVGA usually makes them roughly the same. So, I should be able to find... Oh, no way. Is it really those three? It is too. It's those three. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. It's not the RO5s. It's the... I don't know. Okay, I think I found it. Not gonna be fun. This is not gonna be fun. The shunt mod, to be honest. It's worse than the 1070. Because there's two SMDs on it that are right beside the voltage controller that are really close to it. So that. Now we need to look at right here to figure out how to show that. So you see right there by my finger there. So this black board right here. See those SMDs around it? These bigger ones? That one there, and that one there. A lot of people usually think it's these over here. A lot of people think it's those R005 shunts, or more or less your voltage out to go to the controller. But no, it's these little SMDs around are what you got to shunt with like 2.2 ohm or a 3 ohm, or I think even a 4 ohm works just fine. I'll have to do some more testing on that. But that. And we got a shunt mod with, like I said, those two R2s is what I usually use for for the hardware mod, which is the zero voltage limit, basically. It's not zero, it's pretty close to it though. Like before I put them on, I did some basic math, and I can show how to figure out how much wattage it will be showing in and reading, either through hardware or through the actual hardware info, hardware, all that. It will show the voltage or the wattage and all that. And due to having the two R2s on the 1070, and if you just factor in and you gotta make sure you go off of like the actual graphics card, so like it's a 1070 EVGA for the Win 3. You have to make sure you go off of the wattage and the voltage off of that specifically, because you can factor in the math for the 2R2 ohms onto each one of those SMDs that are controlling around the voltage controller that goes out from it. And so the voltage controller reads very little powers going to it, and it can only go so far with the voltage. So it can only do so much anyways. So it's not like it's gonna harm anything. It's when you do a voltage core mod and put too much voltage in it, you can harm it. So again, it's not for the faint of heart for hardware modding it, but it's fairly safe to do as long as you know how to solder somewhat nicely, making sure that you just solder on the shunt to those little SMDs on around it, and they are really small. I'll let you know maybe in the comment section, or I can search it here in a second, which size SMDs I use. And I have to figure out which size these are. These look a little bit smaller than the 1070 SMDs, and I will need to shunt mod that. Got pranked. Why is it rare? So it's more or less buying them. They're really expensive because more or less people that have so these are this card. Sorry, I should actually answer you instead of going off. So this graphics card right here is a 2080 Super EVGA Hydro Copper for the Win 3. That's what this graphics card is. And why is it rare? Because the board layout is different. You get a little more with the board, for one, with the For the Win 3. And the For the Win 3s, a lot of people are selling cards that are not the For the Win 3 but look the same, and I'll show you the difference. So the actual real difference is the actual block here. So I'm trying to keep this pace, because this pace is actually like perfect condition still. I don't want to get dirty. So I'm going to move it. So just give me 1 second. So the real difference is that a lot of people, and why it's rare, and that's hard to find, the For the Win 3 Hydro Copper, which is EVGA Hydro Copper, graphics card, is because a lot of people are selling fakes. They're fakes, and they're selling them for the same price as the For the Win 3. There's only so many For the Win 3 Hydro Coppers been made. There's been a lot more of the other versions that look the same, perform fairly similar, not the same. The For the Win 3 EVJ Hydro Copper 2080 Super was top of the line, and a lot of people were selling fakes of these. And the fakes would show, not here, not this cutout here, but like it would be the XC version, extreme cooling version, or extreme, I don't know. It's EVGA's other one. I only usually buy the For the Win or For the Win 3s. So this one, it'd be like a big cutout of the block in that, or up top here somewhere. And then on the back plate on the GPU, so the black back plate, you'll see the GeForce RTX 2080, and you'll know for sure it's the 2080 Super For the Win version, For the Win 3, For the Win version. Is this instead of it being the silking, so there'll be like silk, if you know what the silk print is. This is the silk print. Instead of it being this, which is an actual raised, like this is a really nice sticker, basically. I think it's a metal sticker that's on it. It says Super. Instead of it being like the silk lettering, 2080 Super, it'll be silk lettering. And that's how you know you don't have the actual For the Win version. It's the other version that people are selling and claiming it's the For the Win version. It's not. It has to have this right here, and it has to have 0 cutout of the block. It's basically, I think it's this side or this side, so you have a way bigger cutout. It's not like this full, nice looking block that you see here. That's how you know it's the more rare version of it, which is the For the Win 3. And if you go on like eBay, people are selling the For the Win 3s used for, some people are selling $2,000, $1,000, $800. And then you'll see other people with the price is a bit lower and claiming it's the For the Win 3. They'll be selling for about $600 or $700, claiming it's the For the Win, but if you follow my steps on to look for certain things, it's not, and you're not going to get the performance as this, and you're not going to get the look. The look is completely on its own, as you can see. That's how I know. They're not cheap cards. I mean, for the performance, you can get probably a 3060 or a 3060 Ti and probably get the same performance. I bought because I'm a collector for EVGA and it's in fairly good shape. Yeah, the box was not the full box. It's just the black box. It only came with the black box. Didn't have the sleeving, so like refurbished style. But it was in mint shape. Good price. Couldn't say no. So what I wanted, yeah, water block. So the water block on the other ones that people are claiming for the For the Win 3, it just doesn't look like, it looks similar, but if you look at this versus what other ones look like, and they'll say it's the For the Win, but it's not. This is a water block, yeah. So it's this hole here, over to here, is nothing really. I'll show you. Hold on. I guess I should show the back side. I don't know if I showed it. The actual cooling side. That's the block. It's not much. So this block, so with water blocks, if you don't know, you can get these things, which is just for like G1 quarter tube, and it goes to the block. Most blocks, you can take this off and put your own on, or a different one. This one here has 2, 4, 6 holes in it, so you can mount it in many different directions, which is really nice. But for the price of this, again, it's not worth it. It's only for enthusiasts. And if you're not sure what you're buying, you could be buying the not so good version and the one that's not really the rare version. Because again, there's only so many of these For the Win versions, or what I like call For the Win 3 still version. For the Win 3 is just, it has 3 fans. The For the Win version though, there's only so many of these EVGA hydro coppers made. So a lot of people are claiming they have it, but they don't. This is really dusty. I didn't realize how dusty it was. But there's also some issues with these blocks if you live in like Canada. The temperatures in the summer can go to like 40 degrees Celsius and up. Then the winters can go down to like minus 35, minus 40. And inside temperatures also go up and down quite a bit if you don't have AC or anything, like AC more or less. So these acrylic blocks, because they're acrylic, they're not like a PET or anything like that. If you let them cool down and warm up too fast, they crack. It's not really an issue. It's just cracking. Doesn't look good. No, it does not look good at all. But it still works. It still works just fine. But that's one thing that sucks about acrylic blocks in Canada is the temperatures do vary too quickly. So when I'm overclocking in the winter time and it's like 12, 13 degrees, maybe 15 degrees in here, and this block gets up to, in the water temperature too, gets up too high, and it's on a 360 water cooled loop. As soon as I take off the load, it cools down the water so fast that the acrylic cracks, and it'll you hear it. You literally hear it, and it will continue to keep cracking, probably more and more. But again, because of how thick this is and the way they're designed, I'm still not worried about any leaks at all. The cracking's just like light cracks in certain spots of it, and not in anything that's an issue. Again, probably also why EVGA didn't want to do any more graphics cards, because of like warranties and stuff for certain people. A lot of people, like, they have designs. A lot of companies have designs and stuff, but if you're selling it to like a strictly hot country, it's just acrylic would be better. But since I'm here in Canada, or let's say you're in like a colder spot, and then it warms up, like just the GPU warming up will crack. I know, right? Yeah, man, the 3060 is good. So the 30 series cards and coders are great. Doesn't matter if you buy a 3050 or a 3090, the encoder's the same. In a way, the encoder itself is the same, but the GPU will have more performance depending on what one you're buying, of course. But for performance, for a lot of people nowadays, is that they want good performance in games. Well, guess what? A 30 series card has everything you need for a game. DLSS 2, I think it is, or DLSS 3. Maybe DLSS 3 is 40 series now. But like even a 4050 is a really good card. As soon as you put DLS on, you get like 3 times the performance. But yeah, 3060 is great. The 12 gig will beat this. The 12 gig version beats this. The encoder beats this. Blows this one out of the water. So that's why I use my 3070 Ti for encoding, because it just has a better encoder. Yeah, I know, drinking coffee. I said I was gonna try to do a live stream until about 9. Like I said, I need to get some hours in for the YouTube for the monetization, and people have been liking my streams more, so it's kind of nice. And thank you guys for being here, by the way. It's kind of nice. I used to stream quite a bit, get 0 viewers for like 9 hours. So getting a bunch of views after a few hours is kind of nice, or 5 hours, nice. Oh, yeah. See, look at that. I'm peeing all over the graphics card. Good thing I'm not gonna be using it for a while. Yeah, dry that up so I don't get water spots. Okay, so I'm gonna take the back plate because that's what I wanted to do. I just didn't think taking. I didn't even know. I didn't even know you could see her. She looks tired. She had her morning dinner and now she's just gonna sleep away. Never bought a new NVIDIA card newer than 20 series. Don't matter. It depends on what you're doing, right? The 30 series is nice. Like I said, the encoder jumping from the 20 series, 30 series is unreal. Like absolutely unreal for encoder. Apparently the 40 series is like twice as good, and that's insane. Since the 20 series versus the 30 series encoder is like over double performance. I'm talking encoder, not the actual GPU performance. Just the encoder, the chip that's on it, the NVEC chip. Which again, 20 series, all 20 series will have the same one. All 30 series will have the same encoder. All 40 series will have the same encoder from 4050 to 4090 from a 3050 to a 3090. Just the GPU performance will be different. Oh yeah, there's definitely some sticking on there. I swear there shouldn't be anything holding that on. No, no other screws. That's crazy. How much thermal pads do they have on this? I would love to get another one, a 2080 Super. It doesn't have to be a hydro copper, since SLI runs at the lowest speed anyways. So I would put this one first, so that way any heat from the secondary GPU, the water block will just take care of it. Holy crap. The thermal pads are so sticky. Just gotta take my time, like I'm taking my time. There's no other screws, I swear. Oh yeah, it's just the thermal pads. Holy. Do I have to get out the plastic razor blades? Oh, we're starting. We're going. Just gotta take my time. Just take my time. It's working. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Oh yeah, she's dusty. Ooh, we got silicone grease. We definitely got silicone grease. Nasty. Why do, like, high-end graphics card companies use cheap thermal pads still? Like, it's literally like a pool of it on the pad. I don't have any extra to change it with, or else I would too. These are thick pads. These are some thick pads. Yeah, I can't. Look at how much grease. Yeah, you can't even see the grease. Like, there's literally like a pool. Yeah, that's all lies. That's all lies. Actually, it does the best SLI. It does NVLink. Yeah, except for the new graphics cards don't. Yeah, this is like so much grease. That's nasty. I don't have any isopropyl either. I don't even want to put my cleaning brushes on it. Like, my one cleaning brush is not cheap. I really don't want to get it all greasy. Holy. No, man, not barely any viewers. I would get 0 viewers. And I would try to be streaming for like 18 hours sometimes a day, and I would get 0 viewers. A couple of my videos that were a while back were like 4 hours, 5 hours long, got 0 views for in live. I got 0 views live, and no one watched that afterwards either for until like recently. It's cool though. I mean, it is what it is. Yep, I just continued to tinker away. My live stream started changing when I actually brought out my dual CPU server, the one I showed earlier. When I brought that on to live stream, and I started getting some viewers from there, and then did my one GTX 1070 shunt mod video, and some things just started going. And then I got Yuri here. Yuri's been helping out quite a bit. Yeah, I have to find some Q-tips. I want to clean that up a bit. It's kind of nasty. Yeah, the bracket screws, eh? Like, tripped me out. I didn't want to take off the water block, by the way. I didn't want to take off the water block. I wanted to keep the water block on, just take off the back plate to clean up the dust. And not all this grease, just the dust. And then I took out the screws that I think held the... No, it held in the water block, and the screws hold into the bracket. Ugh. Smart design, though, because that bracket probably guarantees to hold most of this GPU in a flat surface. So that way, it guarantees that the block, if the block does any kind of warping, it stays flat. So that's probably a design. Yeah, I did not want to take it this far apart. But that's okay. That's okay. I do have some Q-tips now. I'm gonna start cleaning up some... Yeah, there's like a pile of grease on top of the thermal pads. Cleaning around it's not really gonna work unless you have soap and water, and it takes a long time. So if you do see any kind of like how it will make the black more or less more black instead of it being like a matte finish, it'll make it like greasy looking or watery, like stained. It'll take a long time with soap and water to clean up. It will work. Try not to use any isoprofiles or chemicals, because it will eat away at the paint or whatever. Yeah, man, like that was crazy. Like I mean, taking my time, but it's like, why is it like feel like it's not moving, for one? And you can literally see all that, the indents, and that's for all the backside of the chip. So it's keeping all those clean. Oh, factory defect. Uh-oh, I see something I don't want to see. I really don't want to see. It's definitely from factory because it's the way the solder's been done. Why does it look like those are touching each other and actually soldered to each other? Uh, I mean, I've seen some old pads from like old graphics cards that definitely superheated, and I didn't see that this much oil. This is a lot of oil. Like there's literally pools of it. Like it's hard to I don't know, it's really hard to show on the camera. You can see the black, but like literally pools of it in the divots where I pulled out. It just doesn't show. Just I don't know if it's just because I don't have the greatest lights, or we won't call them. Yeah, definitely like the lights aren't good enough to too reflective. I do need to get new lights, but they're expensive. But yeah, literally like pools of oil. That's crazy, like crazy. But what I'm seeing here is some of these SMDs, or two of these SMDs are, looks like by factory. Oh no, that's by factory default. It's done on the other side too that way. Never mind. I'm done by design. Yeah, a little bit dirtier than I thought too. I didn't think this much dust would get underneath the back plate since there's not that much airflow really. Seeing it's a water-cooled block. Yeah, it just looked really bad. This way it's done. Design. Yeah, like I said, the from when I was took apart a bunch of those graphics cards the other day. Took apart 9 graphics cards the other day. And yeah. Still original thermal pads on it, and they were like, I would say brand new. Yeah, dusty. They were dusty, but they're like high-end thermal pads. Like the ones with the backside on them, so it holds it all together, so that way you can reuse it. Like those, I think it's the one of those really expensive thermal pads, Ices. But yeah, they had really, really expensive thermal pads on a really old GPU. I didn't put it on it. I don't think the original owner did, since it came from a smoker's house. And it looked like the car was never taken apart. Yeah, there's so much oil. Holy. It's a really slow process doing it with the Q-tip, but like I said, I don't want to put my brushes on it. It's just too much. And the brushes, I don't want to put any chemicals on them, 'cause, again, they're not cheap brushes. I don't want to replace them. It's like I'm playing the violin. Oops, sorry about that. Oh, wait. My mother told me, and I was Oop, keep hitting the mic. Be careful with these ones. Those are really small. It's good. So much oil that is insane. It's actually like really hard to show too on the camera. Yeah. It's looking good, even though, ugh, ugh, so greasy. It makes it clean nice, but I mean, I don't like the way it stains it. Just don't like the way it stains it. Oh, I wonder if this board here has separate controllers for voltage. Because this one on the back side might be for memory. I will have to look at the schematics to make sure. So much cleaning. At least I know how easy this is to take apart now. It's kind of nice. It's good. Someone needs me to say something so I can say something. Let me talk about something. I'm not sure what to talk about while I'm cleaning all this grease up. Pretty good though. Looks like I got most of it. Some glues. Oh, missed a spot. More grease. Holy. I didn't think there would be so much. Looks nice. Looks pretty good. Just, I don't know, it could be better, I guess. I could clean it up with soap and water, but I don't want to. It's not really needed. Get rid of any oils off of these. Got some Samsung chips in this one. Looks pretty good. That's a big fuse. Fuse is. Holy. 1, 2, 3. 3 big fuses right from the power stage, or wow. Yeah, from the power stage to it. The controller. Huge. Huge. Wow. Holy moly. Holy moly. Alright, I think I'm almost done playing the violin here. It looks pretty. Oh, see that? Oh wait, that's not the oil. That's from the water. It spilled out of the block that I did not want to take off. Now look at me. Alright, I guess I should clean that up too. I'll really always show the chip. Shine. Shine. Alright, so that cleaned up nice. Put the back plate back on it. Get any thermal paste off my fingers before I get everything dirty again. Oh, I gotta clean up some of the grease off the pad still. For anyone just here, I'm using Q-tips because I don't want to get any of the thermal silicone grease on my brushes, as these pads were pretty greasy. But I guess they aren't new. Probably, what, almost 7 years old now? Oh, no, not that old. 6 years old? 5 years old? 5 or 6 years old? So I guess they're not new, but still fairly greasy. I didn't even want to take off the whole block, but apparently taking out the back plate takes off the block. So, we are done with that. It looks good. No pile of grease anymore. Alright, alright, alright. Line this all up nicely. Bam. Hey, what a line up. Perfect. Mint. Let's make sure those. Oh, we gotta do spread it back. Close up. We gotta do close up. Oh yeah. Close up spread. And I got the rest on the other, on the actual block. Oh yeah. It is an actual pain. So I do have to flip it. What a pain. Okay. Alright, alright. We got it. We got it. We got it. I have to move the mic. Why is this so difficult to plug in? We got a drop of water. Well, I landed on the steel plate, but no water. Thank you. Yes, stop leaking. Holy, this is. I thought it was difficult to take off this plug. I didn't think it'd be difficult to put back on. This water needs to stop leaking out of this. Can I put it on this way? No. The only way to do it is this way. Yes, we did it. Wow, what a pain. Everything lines up really nice. Wow. Okay, that was actually pretty easy. Thought thought that would have been a little bit harder. The plug was really difficult, but everything else was just fine. So what I'm going to do here is put some screws in the center to help push things down. That way, we can also check to see how well things are lining up. Oh yeah, perfect. Like, that was really easy. The plug was the hard part. I'm not going to tighten anything too tight right off the bat. Just more or less just to start compressing those thermal pads back down, because those are really hefty thermal pads. So the patterns I like to do for especially squishing a water block thermal pads that are on the back plate and on the actual memory chips and everything else on the water block takes a lot of compression. So if you start off from the center, work your way out, and just lightly start everything, it'll make it so everything will be easier to make sure everything's torqued down nicer without putting one screw too tight. So they are very, very thin, small screws. You don't want to strip anything. Can't even pick up the screw. Perfect. That was really easy. Yeah. Yeah, that oil really... It's a lot of silicone oil coming out of the pads. Oh, this screw's supposed to go over here. I know, because it has a little bit of the sticker on it. Yeah, the oil was rough. Yeah, cleaned it all up. Should be alright. The pads look good themselves. Everything looked really good. Just seemed like it had a lot of extra oil. So after I'm done putting all these screws, I have to go back through, retorque them all. Oh, what's also nice about their hydro copper from the 20 series that I know of, is they have a RGB fan header on the graphics card. Also a fan header. Built right onto it. So you can use EVGAs, RGB, whatever they use. I think it's ICX or something like that. ICX. Whatever theirs is. I don't use it. I only use MSI for their... usually the GPU overclocking. I don't care about seeing the temperatures because I usually use hardware monitoring for temperature. Oh, I guess it's just pretty cool design. I really didn't want to take this whole thing apart. I really just wanted to take apart the back plate, but apparently the back plate screws go straight to the whole cooler, and the 4 screws that go to an actual bracket that just goes on the outside of the GPU die. That's it. Doesn't hold anything but that bracket. Alright, now the other side, holy. Lots and lots of these screws. That's right. Put them on. The 30 series cards, at least the Zotac, they made them fairly easy to take apart as well. And then this one. Oh. Yep. So I knew that a screw fell. This one has a nut on the side. That's the last one. It's fairly easy to take apart. The hardest part of that whole thing was taking the connector out. So the LED connector. Uh, that was the hardest part to the whole thing, taking it out and putting it back in. The rest of it is literally just taking these screws out. A lot of screws though. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 screws. All you have to do is take out 21 screws, and you can take apart the whole graphics card. It's all going in nice. Everything feels good. Basically feels like you just go to bottom out. You don't need to go any farther than that. It feels like it's good. Feels good. So here, just a little bit. Nice. That's it. Not bad. I think the rest of the water's coming out of it again. Yeah. I should get stoppers, but I really don't want to spend the money for them. There we go. All re-thermal pasted. I didn't have to redo the thermal pads, luckily. And now I gotta clean up the acrylic again. Awesome. And we are all back together. Now that does take a bit longer than the older graphics cards. That took what? An hour? More or less, because I wanted to clean out all the grease off the pads. So that way I can reuse them, no problem. Yeah, it looks good. So for some thermal paste I got everywhere. There we go. There we go. Not bad. Looks good. I like it. Yeah, I'll post later on in the Discord like on eBay, this graphics card, like the actual for the Win version, versus the other versions of the 2080 Super, and then show you what people are saying it's the for the Win version, but it's not. And it's usually due to the massive cutout. I think it's on the metal up here or down here. It's a massive looking cutout, which is from the 2080, and they just put it to the cheaper version of the 2080 Supers since they have the same PCB. Anyone commenting in the Discord? Not yet. Should I stream for that one more hour, or should I end this stream and get things ready for the next one? I mean, I am still drinking my coffee. I will be right back. Oh yeah, 1080 hybrid. So it'll probably look like oh, so annoying to get on. Look like this thing, right? This is a 1070 hybrid, but the water cooler, the AIO is the same. Or was it the yeah, it should have been this one. Well, probably just like this one. With the back plate. I just don't use the case for it. I take the case off because I custom modded it. It's got hardware mods on it. No voltage limit. It's great. The cooler needs to be bigger though. That's the only downside. The 120 is not really good for long durations, for like 2 hour long plus on games. You can't set the power limit all the way up, and the core voltage you can't have it all the way up. You gotta keep the core voltage all the way down and power limit all the way up, so that way it doesn't use too much power because it just gets too hot. The 120 just doesn't work. Okay, now we put away the 2080 Super. Yeah, sometimes the coolers go in those hybrids. You can replace the coolers fairly easy on them. 4 screws. Take the cooler off, put a new one on. Well, because it's 4 screws after you take the shroud off. Get a good reset things up. I'm done with the graphics cards now. Voila. Here. Set back up. I'm almost done my coffee. Well, this might be at the end of the stream for now. I might just set up for the next stream. That's more or less, I gotta set up the next PC, so it could take a while. So the PC that I built the other day there on stream, with a 1080 i7 3770K. I'm gonna try it out to see if I can stream on that, so that way I can record the DDR5 and show people how to do some timings on Z690 motherboards and do DDR5 timings for Hynix MDI. Be nice to get that all ready. I know a bunch of people want to see that. I put out the community post and a bunch of people want it. For the Win 1080, yeah, man, that's, and the hybrid model too, it's even better. Yeah, same thing with this, the 1070. The 1070 that I have, it's the for the Win model. I try to always get the for the Win models, or you know, for the Win 2, for the Win 3, doesn't matter, for the Win. Top of the line, man. Especially with those hybrids, so good, so good. Alright, yeah, so this might be the end for the stream. I am done with coffee now. I did want to stream till about 9, but I should get some things ready for the next stream. It's gonna take a while to get the PC up and going. It's gonna take a while to, yeah, because I gotta set up the OBS and everything on it, so it does take a while. I just downloaded well, not downloaded. I just put Windows 10 on it, so it's all fresh. Probably a ton of updates to do on it too, so I'll get my butt on that. Alright, thanks everyone for watching. I'll be back on here later. Again, shoot me a message in the Discord. Everyone wants to see PCs, GPUs, your setup, or just some random setups too is also nice. As always, don't forget to get her done.